Tonight from Coors Field, we welcome in the weekend. And this weekend, the Rockies get together again with Don Mattingly's Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers won yesterday 5-1 in Milwaukee. Colorado enjoying a day off after playing 20 straight days. They won on Wednesday 12-5 with George Frazier, fresh from a homestand in Tulsa for him. I'm Drew Goodman, and speaking of Tulsa, you got to watch Alex White pitch last night. What a follow-up to what Drew Pomeranz did on Wednesday.
Pretty good 1-2 punch for the Drillers in Tulsa. Very excited to have both those guys there. But the thing about Alex White for me last night, he was a little elevated early in the game. He settled in, and all of a sudden you're starting to see him pitch. And when he's pitching, he's down in the zone. He's not scared. I can tell you that, folks. He will pound the strike zone, pitches to contact. Very, very good sinker. He's got a four-seam cut, uses the split as his main secondary pitch. Now, he does have a slider, and he only threw 6 in the game last night, but it was a plus slider when he threw it. But this is a very, very aggressive guy on the mound. I love to see him pitch.
Really 3 kinds of fastballs, right, George?
Yeah, well, you're going to see a four-seamer that he'll locate both sides. He'll run the sinker in on right-handers. He's not afraid to cut it on left-handers. Very good command of all 3.
Now, on Wednesday, you saw Drew Pomeranz, and all he did in his organizational debut is have a perfect game into the 7th inning. Not bad.
Not bad when you retire 19 guys in a row. The thing that impressed me about him, because I got there early on purpose, I wanted to see how he warmed up. I wanted to see his demeanor as a professional, and it was as solid as advertised. And I think his delivery is very sound delivery. He's got a spike curveball he will throw. He's got a cutter he threw. He threw one hard slider that was just unhittable. And I'm not trying to put him up on a pedestal that he's Sandy Koufax. He has a chance to be really, really good.
That is exciting news. So Pomeranz went on Wednesday. He was terrific. Alex White, who's now here, and we could be seeing him in the big leagues in a short while. He was very good last night in Tulsa as well. When we come back, we'll check in on the Dodgers. Haven't seen him in a little bit.
3-game set between the Colorado Rockies and Los Angeles Dodgers. Welcome back inside Coors Field, downfield level, alongside Jeff Houston. I'm Alana Rizzo. And Huey, it is no question that the Dodgers have certainly had their struggles this year offensively, but for whatever reason, they still play the Rockies well.
They really do. They average almost 2 runs a game more against the Rockies than they do the rest of baseball. They're 11 games under 500. They're 500 against the Rockies. Slugging percentage, batting average against, you name it. For whatever reason, they seem to have the Rockies, right where they want them in some regards, is the fact that they play them well. And there's certain teams that you have in the course of your career that you have no reason and you can't explain it, but the Dodgers, no matter what lineup they throw out there, always find a way to score some runs.
Yeah, it is difficult to explain it, but I will say this. At this point in the season, Tracy Ringlesby was mentioning it earlier, you have to play for pride. And both of these teams right now, unfortunately, battling for third place in the division, but each of these teams has something to say about how the NL West shakes out.
You're wearing a Major League uniform.
Right.
You should play every single game like, it's your last game, because you never know. You do have control over maybe who makes the playoffs, because the Rockies still have a lot of games left against the Giants, against Arizona. LA's the same way, and so I don't like to use that S word, that spoiler word, but it is going to come down to some pride, because you want to win every single time you cross those white lines, and you should have that desire to beat the other team, no matter what the record is.
Yeah, no question about it. This is Game 4 for the Rockies of a 9-game homestand. They had their first series win against the Marlins. Let's see if they can get Game 1 against the Dodgers. When we come back, we are set for baseball here on Root Sports.
To you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By the Ford Edge, class-defining style, revolutionary technology. Ford Edge, drive one. By CenturyLink, Quest is now CenturyLink. Your link begins here. Find out more at CenturyLink.com. By Pizza Hut, get any pizza, any size, any toppings for just $10 when you carry out. And by Southwest Airlines, new Rapid Rewards, unlimited reward seats, and no blackout dates. Back inside Coors Field, Jason Hammel. It's his turn to pitch, coming off a fine performance in St. Louis, hoping to build on that. And he'll face Tony Gwynn Jr. tonight, who will bat leadoff for Don Mattingly's Dodgers. And the Southwest batting order tonight for LA will feature a kid just in his first week in the big leagues, 25-year-old Justin Sellers, he's playing shortstop. Aaron Miles will bat third, the former Rocky. He swung the bat well all year against Colorado. Matt Kemp's an MVP candidate, an extraordinary season. Then Juan Rivera, James Loney, Rod Barajas, who homered yesterday. Jamie Carroll, another former Rocky, and Hiroki Kuroda. We are settled in. We hope you are as well, with George Frazier and Jeff Hewson. I'm Drew Goodman. And the first pitch from Hamill, fastball away, ball one.
The top of the order has done a lot of damage to Jason Hamill early in the ball game. The top three have hit over 300 to the tune of 368 in a leadoff spot, 328 and 308. And that's something that's got to stop to help him get through that first inning.
Boy, that's a nice little pickup, Jeff Hewson, by Todd Helton.
Many times he makes that play look easy, and it's not.
Now Tony Gwynn is gone, and there are the numbers on Hamill. George's 25th start. He's just looking for consistency.
He has to have consistency with his fastball. The strikeouts are down. The walks are up over the course of the year. Innings 143, 497 earned run average. In 3 starts against the Dodgers this year, he's 1-2 with a 7.98 earned run average.
This is the 13th meeting of the year between these two clubs. The Rockies have won 6. The Dodgers have won 6. Good running fastball there, and it's strike one on Justin Sellers. This guy's always been looked upon probably more as a organizational guy who's picked up by the Dodgers from the Cubs, Jeff, for money not all that long ago. And when you hear something like that, it generally indicates that he's not as much a top prospect.
No, just kind of filling out a spot maybe in AA or AAA. But because of injuries and whatnot, he's wearing a big league uniform.
Well, I talked to Billy Delory about him, who's been with the Dodgers over 50 years, and I said, high energy guy? He said, oh, huge. Brings a lot of energy, loves to play the game. He's from the LA area and the Huntington Beach area.
And that is a fair ball. So Sellers into second with a double. Kind of inside out of it.
Very first extra base hit for him at the big league level.
Well,
Excuse me, a home run. But a first double for him. He has no triples, but he comes up with his first double here down the right field line.
He's getting it all out of the way, George, in that first week.
Yeah, you hope so. 21 at bats so far on the year. This is his 7th ball game.
So Aaron Miles, not exactly your prototypical 3-hole hitter, but he's there tonight. I was kidding him about that. I said, they've missed the boat on you for 10 years. They finally found your spot in the lineup. He said, yeah, can you believe that?
Well, you look around their lineup right now. I know Juan Rivera has come over with some decent numbers out of the American League, but if you look down that lineup, who's the one guy in the lineup that could hurt you in the ballgame? The one guy that could beat you, and of course that's Matt Kemp in this lineup.
You saw the stats on Aaron Miles. He has a home run this year. It's his first home run in 3 years.
Well, he just had to beat Jamie Carroll, who hasn't had one in 205 hits.
Well, once you eliminate the guy George was talking about, Matt Kemp, there's not a lot of pop in this lineup other than, you know, Rod Barajas occasionally. Juan Rivera certainly has the ability to go deep, but that's been the Dodgers' problem. Good pitch there, 1 and 2. They have pitched very, very well. They have not hit. These two guys, though, when they show up in Colorado or Dodger Stadium against Colorado, they hit.
Yeah, look at it. 563, 429 averages. Check those big numbers out at Coors Field.
Runner at second, and Justin Sellers 1 out. Here's the 1-2. It's just inside 2 and 2. Miles having a real good year, 288 overall. He's hitting well with runners in scoring position. Hitting 319 out on the road, 316 with runners in scoring position. And this is pounded off the plate. You got to hope this goes foul, and it will. So Miles will come back. The Dodgers hitting .315 overall against the Rockies this year, averaging about 5.5 runs a game, and at Coors Field they've averaged well over 6 runs a game. Normally Andre Ethier would be in this spot. He has an ingrown toenail that's keeping him out of the lineup tonight. Three and two. Ethier did play yesterday. That's a big omission from their lineup.
A huge omission from the lineup.
On the ground, deep in the hole, on through, base hit, and coming home is Sellers. The throw is for Hopper to the plate. Wasn't going to get Sellers anyhow, and Miles does it again against the Rockies. It's 1-0 Los Angeles.
I guess when you looked at the lineup, you're probably thinking to yourself, what's this guy doing hitting third? And then all of a sudden we showed you the numbers against the Rockies at Coors Field, and they're big numbers. 1 over 500, 1 over 400, and he comes through, just slaps the ball to the opposite field. The throw from Seth Smith, not a good throw to the plate. There was not an opportunity for a play there.
And George, what I've noticed too, both pitches, the one to Miles and also to Sellers, that Jason missed his spot. They wanted to go down and away to Sellers. It came up and in, and they wanted to go in to Miles, and it was away.
Well, you can call the pitch, you can call the game the way you want to try to call it, but if you don't have cooperation from your pitcher, it's going to make for a long night.
Got that in on the knuckles of Matt Kemp, and it's 0-1. So Aaron Miles, in just his 11th career at bat, batting third, drives in a run. Almost been able to handle Matt Kemp. Very few others have, particularly this year. .319 average, that's 6th best in the league. It's a strike. The RBIs and home runs are 3rd best in the National League. He's also 3rd in steals with 33. And Jeff, what an improvement from a year ago. He was caught about half the time last year. He's only been caught 5 times this year.
Yeah, you and I were chatting with Davey Lopes about that in the dugout today, and he just said that he's taken everything that Davey's tried to teach him and using it.
But let me ask this question to you too, Jeff. You've been on teams like I have, where last year there was a conflict with a couple of coaches, Larry being one of those, that publicly got after Matt Kemp. Do you think them being gone and the soothing effect of a Davey Lopes coaching has made a difference in him excelling?
Huge, and also Bob Schaefer, and that the bench coach for the Dodgers last year was let go. Davey said that he doesn't know what happened last year because he wasn't around, but this year, everything that he's asked him to do, he's done it. And it is. There are times when you just don't agree or you just don't mesh with the coach.
Hook to third, chance for 2. There's 1 on the first double play. 5-4-3 on the turn. In the inning, the Dodgers get a run. A double by Sellers and a punch single by Aaron Miles. And when they score first, they've been very good. 42-21. When they don't score first, not so good. 14-46. So the Rockies will try to come from behind. Plenty of time naturally to do it as we are just going to the bottom of the first inning. Southwest Airlines starting lineup tonight for Colorado. Dexter Fowler to be followed by Chris Nelson. Then Cargo, who had a 4 RBI day on Wednesday. Troy Tulowitzki, he's been sensational since the All-Star break. Todd Helton, Seth Smith, Eliezer Alfonso, who caught Jason Hamlin the good outing in St. Louis. That's why he's in there again. Mark Ellis will bat 8th. And the Rockies will be facing Hiroki Kuroda. And fellas, you can wipe out the record, Frage, because if he had any run support at all, you could flip that record around.
Well, there's no question about it, Drew. The lowest run support so far, Bumgarner with 2.89 runs. He's 5th with 3.3 runs per start. And an interesting statistic for me, personally, is the last pitcher with 14 or more losses to have an ERA under 3. Randy Johnson in 04 had a 260 earned run average, and Ben Sheets in 04 had a 270 earned run average.
And if I remember right, Milwaukee wasn't that strong that year.
Sheets was 12 and 14, and then Randy was 16 and 14.
And those kind of guys, and Kuroda, I don't put anybody really in a Randy Johnson classification, but it tells you that they hang around a long time, so they're going to get decisions.
Absolutely, they're going to be in ball games. I always look at that on pitchers that 24 starts, you look at how many decisions they've had, how many close games that they're in throughout, where maybe he loses 4-3, 3-2, 2-1, and then finally in the 8th inning you got a pinch hit for him.
One and 2 on Dexter. And this is on the ground to first. James Loney will take it himself. Well, what we were talking about, look at this graphic. 2% of the time, basically, Hiroki Kuroda gets a decision in a ball game, and those are guys that work deep. John Lackey works deep. Kevin Correa's had a very good year for the Pirates. CC Sabathia, I mean, when you give the ball to CC, you know he's going to be around typically in the 8th inning. So chances are he's going to get more often than not a win, but he's going to be part of the decision.
Absolutely.
It's not a 5 and fly guy.
When he leaves the game, it's typically handing the ball to Mariano Rivera for the 9th.
Which is generally
pretty good thing.
Yeah, recently not so good, but generally a good thing. Chris Nelson at the plate, and Chris gets a high pop that Loney may have a play on, then again he may not. Let's take a look at the gloves tonight for Los Angeles. We begin in the outfield. Tony Gwynn in left field. Obviously a lot of center field experience. Matt Kemp's played a good center field. Juan Rivera's in right. Miles at third, Sellers is at short, Carroll at second. James Loney is a good defensive first baseman, and Barajas, one of the bigger catchers in the game. Jeff, talking to some of the Rockies hitters about Kuroda and getting your timing, when to pull back. It's not easy when he's in the windup.
No, because he rocks back, then he pauses again, and so he has 2 pauses. And when do you go back as a hitter? Because your timing mechanism, when the pitcher starts to go back, then you start to get a little movement going back. So those 2 hesitations throw your timing off as a hitter.
George, it's a trait we've seen a lot through the years with Far Eastern pitchers, Hideo Nomo most notably. Why do you think North American kids don't adopt that to a certain degree? Because it's very difficult on hitters.
I think one of the main reasons, they're taught rhythm. I want to see rhythm in a delivery. I want to see a continuance of motion to help the hand out of the glove. And I think these guys, as the young American kids start at a very young age with rhythm, these guys start with the hesitation throughout. And so they're accustomed to it more. It's harder to change, I think, to take a young kid in a minor league system right now and try to change this. But it's just, in other words, he's in a total set position before he ever comes to the plate, which allows the arm to come out. It's very fundamentally sound. It's just something you don't see taught here.
1 strike count on Cargo, 9 for his last 22, including 4 home runs and 11 ribbies. And that's high, 1-1. Got the average to 287, 20 home runs. He's driven in 71.
You know, the one guy the Rockies have with a little hesitation is Jorge De La Rosa. in his delivery. When he comes set, he'll set that leg up out of the windup and have a hesitation to the plate.
Good point. Cargo's 5 for 13 lifetime against Kuroda, including a home run. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's the 2-1. The other thing about him is he will throw any pitch in any count.
Well, he's been around a long time. I mean, he was pitching at 7, so it's not like this is a spring chicken just showed up. He knows how to pitch. And I think guys that are accomplished in Japan, Jeff, you might agree or disagree, but I think guys in Japan learn how to throw secondary pitches behind the counts because of the ballparks there. Shorter fields, AstroTurf.
Exactly, much smaller ballparks, so they're not going to just lay fastballs in for the guys to hit them. And so when they come over here, they just continue to pitch the way they've been pitching since they were 8 or 9 years old.
2-2 on Cargo. And he got him with a fastball. So Kuroda 2 punch outs in the first inning. The Dodgers lead at 1-0. Inning, and we take a look at our Geico quote of the day. Tommy Lasorda, heard of him? Say Dodgers and people know what you're talking about. Say Braves and they ask what reservations. Say Reds and they think of communism. Say Padres and they look around for a priest.
Only Tommy.
Only Tommy.
Only Tommy could get away with that.
Yeah, I think only Tommy could get away with that.
What you mentioned the Dodgers record when they score first after they have scored first in this ball game, 42.
42-21. That ball's drilled to left center field at deep, and it's going to kick off the top of the wall on a bounce, a double for Juan Rivera. And Jeff Rivera has swung the bat well since leaving Toronto.
Yeah, he was just a 243 hitter in the American League, 333 over here for the Dodgers. But a first pitch fastball about knee high inside, and Rivera gets the meat part of the bat to the ball.
Well, a very veteran hitter that knows what to do in these situations. I'm sure he's watching Hamill and his first pitch offerings to hitters prior to that. Look fastball and react to it.
Well, today's the 19th of August. So far in the month, Rivera, the former Angel, has hit .378. James Loney at the plate. He's had a disappointing year offensively. He takes a strike. He was solid in June, just an abysmal July, so much so that Don Mattingly not necessarily playing him every day. And for the last few years, I mean, James Loney didn't even have to check the lineup card. He knew he was in there at first.
Well, they had really struggled. And you look at his numbers, it reflects that. 5 home runs. Not a big home run hitter, but an RBI guy. Drove in a lot of runs. Well, he's only got 36 on the year.
And the problem is that his numbers, when they should be, either staying the same or rising, you would hope, at this point of his career, he should be in his prime. They've been going the other direction. This is a high fly ball near the right field line. Cargo with that good jump makes the catch. And Rivera not even going to test the arm of Gonzalez. That is a shrewd move.
Yeah, but also bad base running by Rivera with nobody out. He went halfway and then had to go back to the bag, and by that time it was too late. I don't think he would have made it to third, but it's just bad base running.
So with 1 out, Barajas will come up. Barajas hit a home run yesterday in the Dodgers 5-1 win in Milwaukee. That salvaged 1 out of 4 against the Brewers. Brewers only lose about once every 10 days right now, so it's like a cause for celebration when you beat Milwaukee.
And you know what? I think it's unusual. A lot of times we have a star player that's going to be free agent like Prince Fielder, that it doesn't affect your locker room. It doesn't affect the outcome of games at night. They just keep on winning baseball.
We were talking about this, George and Jeff. Tavis Strand and I, our producer tonight, about who's the National League MVP, because generally it's going to go to a guy doing very, very well on a winning team. Matt Kemp's going to garner a fair amount of support, and he should. He's had an extraordinary year. But then the guys you look at that probably are going to win it, either a Fielder or a Braun right now. Am I missing somebody? This is a base hit right center field. Barajas is going to drive in the second Dodger run.
Well, this is a guy that's hitting only 158 with runners in scoring position this year, too. So, I mean, he came up with a big base hit off Hamill to make it a 2-0 ball game.
His 30th RBI.
Take a look at the fastball. It's going to be on the outer half of the plate where he can extend a little bit and down. Barajas, a very good low ball hitter. He shoots this thing into right field out over the head of Ellis and everyone else. As the run came around to score, Rivera scores easily with 1 out.
And Jamie Carroll at the plate. You look at Philadelphia, they have the best record in the game, but there's not one guy that stands out head and shoulders above everybody else.
All having nice years, but not the typical type MVP year that a Ryan Howard has had in the past, or a Jimmy Rollins.
Roy Halladay's been sensational, but I don't know if you're going to say, well, he's the MVP also of the.
Well, the last year an MVP, a pitcher won the MVP. Was it not Vida Blue? Something for you to look up, Doug. Last MVP is a pitcher in the National League or American League.
1 ball, 1 strike on Carroll. 1-2.
Doug's telling me that it's Roger Clemens was the last, but if you think that's 2 pitchers in the last, what, 38 years? It's a long time.
They have their own award, don't they?
Oh, they do, but they also get the MVP at times.
Who would you give it to right now, Jeff?
I'd have to give it to Fielder.
Make a real good argument for Fielder. Here's the 1-2. It's down. Make a pretty good argument for Braun also.
Yeah, they might cancel each other out. Just in the fact that the voters, one guy will give it to Braun, the other guy will give it to Fielder, and somebody else might sneak in. Matt Kemp, that .319 average, that's 5th in the National League. It's just impressive what he's doing on a club that's 12 and a half back.
With guys that have not been hot around him.
Right.
And Braun is second in the league in hitting at .329. And then you go to the RBI category. Prince Fielder's second, Ryan Howard with 90 RBIs. Kemp's right behind him at 89. Tulowitzki's got 85.
By the way, a small correction. Clemens did not win an MVP. Doug just informed me. Eckersley won it in '92 with a 7-1 record and 51 saves and a 1.91 earned run average.
Well, a walk to Jamie Carroll after he was ahead 1-2. So Hamill not real sharp here to begin. A run in the first. There's a run across here in the second. Kuroda will try to bunt the runners with one out to second and third respectively. Braun's got 78 RBIs, so he is 6th in the league.
You play this right, though. If you keep Barajas close at second, you can get a play over at third base.
And the other thing, if Kuroda bunts and misses, you just saw the bluff there by Alfonso, because Barajas is a well below average runner. So he realizes, Jeff, he's got to get a good secondary lead so he doesn't get caught at third. You can backpick him potentially.
Yeah, because when you're out there and you feel like I have to get more, your weight gets on that right leg instead of being neutral where you can react whichever way you need to go.
And Alfonso again looked to throw to Tulowitzki. And all that is working to the Rockies' advantage, that if Kuroda does get the bunt down where you have a shot to get the force at third. Hamill's got to get off the mound here too, George, on the left side.
There's no question. However it sets up for him, is he straight on? What part of the pie does he have, and where's he go with? Got to throw a strike too.
2-1. Two nothing LA, top of inning number 2.
Tough bunt to do anything with, but get the out at first base. That's all you can do.
That's just a really good break by Kuroda. I mean, that was good luck, not necessarily skill. It hit off the plate and took a big high hop in the air.
Well, it's not to kill the baseball, but I don't know if you're going to kill it like this, Jeff. Straight down,
Nope.
almost a foul ball, but the spin of the baseball kicked it into fair territory very high.
He's getting high fives all the way around, but you want to try to deaden it out in the dirt portion right in front of home plate, not off of home plate.
So runners at second and third, and this is huge right now. You're already down 2-0. Jason Hamill has to find a way to get Tony Gwynn. Get a base hit with Carroll and 2 outs at second. It's going to be 4-0. Say it so frequently, George. The good ones, the guys that win more than they lose, they get the big outs.
They get big outs. They know how to get out of situations. They make pitches when they have to make the pitch to get the ground ball out. You don't see guys make 2-out walks to get yourself in further damage.
It's a ground ball right to help. So Hamill gets Gwynn. A run in the inning, 2 left in scoring position. It's 2-0 Dodgers. Tulowitzki will lead it off when we come back. Smith as we check in for the first time tonight with Alana Rizzo. Alana, feeling better?
I am feeling better. Thank you very much. I watched on the couch. Of course, I'm not here, and they put up a 5 spot in the first inning. So maybe I should just stay away, guys, if they're going to play that well. But I did want to let you know we've reached out to our fans again on our Facebook and Twitter accounts to have them ask questions that you guys will answer. So time for our first question. It's always good when we have the 3-man booth because everybody gets to participate. This one will start with George, though. It is a pitching question that comes from Ken O'Donnell in Denver. He wants to know if ERA is a stat that is exclusive to pitchers' phrase, then why don't fielding errors by pitchers that lead to runs count as earned runs? Maybe you can help Ken answer that question.
Well, it's a simple answer for me. I mean, if he fields the ball and throws it cleanly, the guy's out and it's not an earned run anymore. Just because he made the error doesn't mean it necessarily should be his fault and be penalized twice for something that happened in the ball game. That the error allowed the run to come in. That's one thing for me. So what do you do when the shortstop makes an error? What do you do? You know, everybody's penalized by their mistakes in a ball game, and a pitcher obviously is penalized with the error against him defensively.
Yeah, and George, I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's an overall thing. Should a big league player at that whatever position is, should that pitch have produced an out? And just because you delivered the pitch but didn't produce the out, you may get the reputation as, hey, really good pitcher, bad fielder, but you shouldn't get an earned run for it.
Can't make a play when you have to.
Right.
And trust me, when guys start making trades, one of the things they'll ask, is he an athlete? Can he cover his position?
Tulowitzki fouls it straight back, so it's 2-2 on Troy. Kuroda in the first inning got a ground ball from Dexter Fowler, and then a strikeout of Nelson and a strikeout of Carlos Gonzalez.
Both of those were on elevated fastballs. A lot of times when he gets 2 strikes, he likes to throw that split finger where it's going down into the dirt.
But as a hitter, if you're facing a guy that works down consistently in the zone, and all of a sudden you see something chest high, hard to lay off of.
It is. Your eyes light up. You say, oh, finally I got a ball up. But it's not where you can handle it. You like to swing at it a lot, but you end up a lot of times just walking back to the dugout mumbling to yourself.
Troy's done a lot of that against Kuroda. Not many others, but just 5 for 25 against Hiroki Kuroda. Strike 3.
Wasn't anywhere near the target or where they wanted it, so that's why it's going to appear to Tulowitzki that it was way outside. Barajas had set up inside. See, look where he's setting up, yet he caught the ball out over the plate. That's why the ring up of Tulowitzki. It's caught plenty of the plate. Just appeared to be outside because of catcher position.
Helton takes an off-speed pitch for a ball. 3 straight strikeouts now for Kuroda. And another curveball misses. 2-0. Todd has a 361 lifetime average in August. Since 1946, that is number 1.
Just another category for Todd.
Number 2, believe it or not, is Matt Diaz. Number 3, Rusty Greer. I believe you played with Rusty Greer. And number 4 is his dad. His dad could hit, George, a little bit.
Think he could hit?
Just a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Bill Madlock, number 5 on that list.
How many batting titles did Madlock win? It was like 3 or 4 when he was at Pittsburgh.
Boy, great
really
right-handed hitter.
He's one of those guys, Jeff, that really took advantage of the AstroTurf.
Mad Dog. Just chop it down there in old Three River Stadium. That was hard turf too. Remember that, George?
Yeah, when you walk in the outfield and you see part of cement sticking up, yeah, it's pretty hard.
2-2. Todd turns on this high fly ball that's going to drift into the seats, foul. When the Rockies score 7 or more runs during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. I hope you took advantage of that yesterday after the Rockies scored a dozen on Wednesday. Hi there. Good looking family. Oh, I didn't see. I missed the little one. Little one didn't get his own seat. Remember back in the day, George? I don't know if there were airplanes back when, but Jeff, remember back in the day when the kids could sit on your lap when you flew? And
Well, they still have that.
no, I know they do, but they had to be 2 or under. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Yeah. Down low, 3-2. Helton put together another one of those at bats.
By the way, Madlock won 4 batting titles, 75, 6, 81, and 83. Pretty talented.
Is he coaching somewhere?
No, retired, living in the Pittsburgh area, last I heard.
Outside, ball 4. The Rockies have their first base runner. All season long, we do it every night. We ask you to join us for Toyota Talk. And by now, I'm sure you understand the drill. You text Toyota followed by a space, and then your comments and questions to 720-720. We try to supply you most nights with a topic. Sometimes we ask you to file in. You know, where would you like Huey when he's down dugout side to maybe to change some things up? One time he's up on that Toyota Tundra there in left field. I mean, just a thought.
We tried to stick him up there last week,
Yeah.
too, when I was here.
That was in the lightning storm.
No, I wouldn't have done that, Jack.
With the baseball cap and the little beanie on top.
Actually, there's a baseball in the bed of that truck that Mike Stanton hit the other day. I'm sort of kidding.
No, you're not, because he hit one up onto the concourse, and I never saw where it ended up finally
Reciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
landing all the way.
It's the 1-0 on Seth Smith. Rockies down 2-0. And that's a strike. Well, we could throw it out there. We may do it again later this year. We're talking about the MVP in the National League. And who do you like? You know, some people are, hey, it's got to come from a guy on a winning team. And others are like, well, maybe it's the guy that meant the most to his club, even if the club didn't turn out to have a real good year.
We've thrown out a lot of names here, but what about Justin Upton? What's he done to carry the Arizona Diamondbacks this year?
You know what? That's a good one, George, and I haven't thought about that. But you're right. Justin Upton has been outstanding on a club right now that's leading the NL West, and has been the surprise club in baseball this year, perhaps. Atlanta leading right now in the sixth inning, 3-0.
Very tough road trip for Arizona. They won the first game in Philadelphia, dropped the next two, and then headed on to Atlanta, playing two very, very good teams, as the Rockies did here at Coors Field, playing Atlanta and playing Philadelphia.
And Smith pops it up.
Was it Andre Dawson? Did he win an MVP on a last place club?
Was it Dawson? I believe it was Dawson.
The Cubs in 89. 89, the Cubs went to the playoffs. It wasn't 89. What year was it, Doug?
I was thinking, did Mike Schmidt win an MVP on a subpar Philadelphia team?
Well, Steve Carl won a Cy Young when he went when they won 54 games. He won 27 of them, I think.
Yeah, he won 27, and I think they won
54 or 53.
Yeah,
it wasn't
somewhere in the 50s, yeah. 2 outs, Alfonso at the plate.
By the way, Doug did a lot more research, Drew. Clemens did win an MVP in '86. The last starter prior to that was Bob Gibson in 1968 when he went 22-9 with a 1.12 ERA. Won an MVP as a starting pitcher.
Vida Blue didn't win an MVP? So broken bat roller to short. Sellers flips to Carroll, and that's all for the Rockies in the second inning. We move on to the third. The Dodgers leading 2-0. Is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, moving forward. By AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. By McDonald's, during McNuggets Mania at McDonald's, get 50 juicy chicken McNuggets for just $9.99. And by the Colorado Lottery. Don't forget to play. Top of the third inning. Look off at Elitch Gardens, and Jason Hamill starts out Justin Sellers with a breaking ball that misses badly. It's 1-0. Sellers a punch double just inside the chalk down the right field line in the first inning, and he would score on an Aaron Miles single. And he lifts this ball to right field. One out, and that will bring up Miles. Dodgers begin the day a game behind the Rockies in the NL West. Rockies in third, 12.5 back. Actually 11.5 back. The Dodgers, I mean, are 12.5 back. And Padres 14 games off the pace. 1-1.
Well, where the Rockies this year have struggled have been against the National League West. 5 games under, 21-26. The Dodgers even 500, 24-24.
Both clubs under 500 at home.
And the Rockies finally won a series at home. I mean, it's so crazy to say that. Taking 2 of 3 from Florida. Did he bite? Nope. Checked it out with Brian Runge at third. Marvin Hudson, by the way, is behind home plate. Haven't identified Marvin. Ted Barrett at first. Chris Conroy's at second. 3-2 on Aaron Miles. And he misses. See, that's an interesting pitch selection for me, in that there's nobody on. It's 3-2 on a guy who's not going to hit it out of the ballpark, and you go change up.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I'd rather give up the hit and challenge the guy and see if he hits it right at somebody. I mean, Miles on the season's hitting 288. Well, the Houston Astros, they come to town for the first time Monday through Wednesday, so go to ColoradoRockies.com for great ticket specials today and get set for the Astros when they arrive here in Denver on Monday.
Strike on Matt Kemp. Kemp grounded into a 5-4-3 double play his first time. He's riding an 8-game hitting streak. Stroking the baseball at a 375 clip during those 8 games. He's hit 22 of his last 24. And we see the Dodgers, Jeff, 18 times. And it's spaced out over the season, and it seems like every time the Dodgers come in, we're talking about Matt Kemp having hit in 20 of 22, 18 of 19, something along those lines.
Yeah, but you don't put up the numbers. What we talked about, batting averages, home runs, RBIs, unless you do things like that. I mean, I was just looking back at my book, kept throughout the season, looking back at Kemp, even back in the first part of April, he was hit 313, but then he had Andre Ethier hitting in front of him, James Loney hitting behind him. So we talk about the numbers that he's been able to put up, sometimes, most of the time with Ethier hitting in front of him, but no protection behind him.
You got to remember, too, Ethier was really swinging it at that point, too, in April. He was tearing a cover off the baseball.
0-2, look out. Went off the glove of Alfonso, and Miles moves to scoring position. You will never move faster in your life than when you have a baseball zeroing in on your head.
Yeah, trying to come in, trying to jam. This ball just stayed up, sailed, worked underneath of it, and continued to ride in. You can see Kemp, as it got closer to him, just spun out of the way of it. Now you kind of collect your thoughts. And certain guys, Jeff, you do this to big number 4-hole hitters. Sometimes you go, uh-oh, I wished I wouldn't have woke him up. And sometimes it can really have an effect on a hitter, and you can work the count or the pitch the way you want to.
I always like to see how he reacts if you do throw a breaking pitch right here. Is he going to bail right away?
Well, he came back with the number 1, and it was fouled off.
Well, that just shows you a little bit of Matt Kemp, because he was on there. There was no fear, no hesitation on that swing.
Got him with a slider away. 2 outs. It's the first strikeout tonight for Jason Hammel. Juan Rivera will approach.
Now watching this ball come out of his hand at 88 miles an hour. A lot of dip and late movement on the changeup down and away to it.
Strike on the corner.
Hey, was Doug able to look up that Andre Dawson MVP on a last place team? I don't have my computer down here.
1987.
Okay.
The Hawk. Rivera doubled to deep left center his first time. Dodgers playing without a couple of regulars tonight. Casey Blake has a sore shoulder. He's sitting it out. Andre Ethier with the toe situation. They traded Rafael Furcal to St. Louis. Dee Gordon was going to play every day at short, and he will again, but he has a shoulder issue. He's due back on the 25th. He's with the club. That's why Justin Sellers is up and playing. Here's Dee Gordon on the right.
He got tangled up in a rundown and an awkward tag, and he ended up rolling onto his shoulder and sat for a few days, tried to come back and made a swing, and it just hurt too much. They had to put him on the DL.
See, Huey, there's not a lot of meat to protect the shoulder.
That is true. We've talked about him before. He's fast, but he is not very big.
2-2. Here's the rundown that Jeff was speaking of.
Uh-oh. Ow.
Good effort.
Yeah. Would have been an easy one just to throw it to the other guy because you had him going full speed.
Yeah, in retrospect.
Yeah, let him tag him out. Easy to say after the fact.
Now Alfonso come out and get on the same page with Hammel. Windshield damage, call Safelite Auto Glass 303-287-5000, online at safelight.com. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. Rockies without a hit. Aaron Miles at second, and Alfonso couldn't squeeze it.
Wasn't a very good swing on a breaking ball. Maybe that could tell you something on how to approach the hitter in this next move.
Especially after he hit a fastball in the left center field gap his first time up.
He was bailing on that breaking ball a little bit, wasn't he, Jeff?
Yep. That's why you go ahead and throw it again if you felt like it and not try to overthrow it.
Pitch count now at 56 with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. Hamill very good in St. Louis. 6 1/3 innings, a 1-run baseball, 5 hits against a quality lineup. His prior 2 outings not so good. 9 innings combined. He gave up 12 runs. And he's pitched on the ropes here in this game early on, and that one bounces away. Rivera reaches, and on the 2nd wild pitch of the inning, Miles goes to 3rd. And this is not a good lineup by major league standards right now because of the aforementioned injuries. They have one guy in the lineup that you say, well, okay, as George said earlier, we're not letting Kemp beat us.
That's the guy that can leave the yard, and with men on, you come up 2nd and 3rd, Kemp's at the plate, I'll assure you he's going to be at first base. They're not going to allow him to have a swing and hit the ball out of the ballpark to win a baseball game. And I think with James Loney, if he has the year going, obviously, that he had in his previous career, different story. But this year he struggled with the bat.
Loney's up there now, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. He had 331 in 07, 289 in 08. Then it went to 281, 267 last year. And he's down at 255. Coming into the ball game this year. That's going the wrong direction.
Well, back in that series at the end of July when the Rockies were out in LA, James Loney did not start 2 of the 3 ball games. He came in late for defense, but he wasn't in the starting lineup. And you talked about it earlier, Drew, just because of his struggles.
Blake's gotten starts over there. Juan Rivera, once they picked him up, has started 11 ball games at first base, so that's why Loney has lost playing time. Interesting thing about Loney, when they want to criticize him offensively, it's always been for a bigger guy. He hasn't hit many home runs. In 27 career at bats, he has 3 home runs against Jason Hamill.
Man, what's he done here at Coors Field? All the damage in this ballpark.
Big time. Here's the 0-2. Boy, it's a pitch and then a walk, George. Each time, I don't mean literally a walk. I mean it's a pitch and kind of gather your thoughts and move around. If you're Jason Hamill, there's no tempo to the game.
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to say. There's no tempo to where you interrupt your players in the field behind you as much as you do your own tempo. And then it kind of puts the thought process out there. Do I believe in anything I'm throwing tonight? And can I throw it where I want to?
Nothing like the start in St. Louis as far as tempo. He was getting the ball in St. Louis, getting it, throwing it, getting it, throwing it.
Yeah, that's what was impressive the other day for me with Pomeranz and White both. I mean, they've worked through, and when you're talking about throwing 85 pitches and 60 strikes, you're pounding the zone.
I'm sure there was plays made behind them too. I know Pomeranz, he didn't have to because he had.
Well, actually, there was one great play down the left field foul line by Mitchell that caught it right on the foul line on a running line drive. One of the better plays you see anywhere.
Yeah, but because he was getting the baseball and throwing it, getting it, and right back up on the hill, so your defense stays in the ball game. You see guys out now, they got the glove on their hip because they can't be down in a set position for 30 seconds, 45 seconds in between pitches. And this is where you'll see balls just out of the reach of a fielder.
Just that last sequence, it was 31 seconds between pitches. 2-2. And a base hit right center field. Coming home to score is Miles. Rivera will go first to third. It is 3-0 LA. James Loney with his 37th RBI. Bob Apodaca on his way to the mound. A run in the first, a run in the second, now a run in the third for Los Angeles against Hamel.
And you got yourself into a position, I think, was slowing the game down so much that when you did bring this breaking ball that stayed up, see, it's a slider, so it really kind of played into his hands. It appeared to me Loney read that very well right out of the hand and then drove that into right center. That allowed Miles to come score. Rivera third, so now with 2 outs, you're still in a first and third situation. By the way, Drew mentioned the Dodgers record when they score first. Kuroda with his record right now, and this is a guy that struggled. We told earlier, 8-14 record-wise, but when they score first when he's on the mound, he's 9-6 on the year. So obviously a bigger difference than what we've talked about. In the past, the Dodgers 42-21. These are the numbers that just grab you with James Loney at Coors Field. In 44 games, 8 home runs and 50 RBIs, and he's hit .327.
Rod Barajas, who had a single and an RBI last inning, is up there. Rivera at third, Loney at first. And the slider misses. You know, Jason Hamel had the well-publicized comment about 6-7 weeks ago that, and he used himself in the third person, saying you don't know what you're going to get start to start from Jason Hamel. That's always been the perplexing thing. This ball's hit a long way. It's going to turn foul.
Slider that just stayed up.
And then after his last outing, a terrific outing in St. Louis, as Edgmer Escalona's up, he said, I know I have dominating stuff. I just have to figure out, it's all in my head, how I can do it start to start.
And sometimes if you're struggling like that, watch somebody else with equivalent type stuff. If it's Newman in Tampa, watch some tape on Tampa. Watch what he does, how he controls the strike zone.
This one's not going to be foul. 3-run home run, Rod Barajas, and now the Rockies are in a deep hole. 6-0. You may force Jim Tracy to go to the pen very early.
Well, that may happen, but I'm not sure it's going to happen right now for the fact that Escalona is not ready to come into the game.
Home run yesterday for Barajas, and a 3-run home run on this pitch that's belt high, maybe even above there, Jeff.
Yeah, and Barajas, we know he has the power, second on the team now for the Dodgers in home runs, and there's no doubt about that one. With the first one he hooked foul. This one he kept the hands inside the baseball a lot better. That got out in about 2.5, 3 seconds.
One a fastball and the other a hanging slider. I'm sure Jim Tracy would love to see Hamel get through this. He's due up second in the inning, and then maybe just buy more innings before you'd have to do anything. Obviously, if Escalona comes in a 6-0 ball game in the third inning, he's going to hit anyway. You're forced to do that.
2-1 on Jamie Carroll. Barajas 12 for 28 against the Rockies this year with 4 home runs. So it's not just Aaron Miles and the guy at the plate, Jamie Carroll. Barajas has hit the Rockies staff hard. Tulowitzki's got to come get it, and he just did get Jamie Carroll. 4 runs in the inning. Barajas with a 3-run homer, 6-0 LA. Tonight's minor league report presented by Suzuki Auto's all-wheel drive lineup. Suzuki, the power of engineering. Tulsa yesterday, Willeen Rosario hit another home run. 2 for 4, 5 RBIs. Nolan Arenado, boy, is he going off for Modesto. He's got 105 ribbies. That leads all of minor league baseball. Remember this name. It's a high draft pick this year for the Rockies. Texas young shortstop Trevor Story. He's hitting .291, 4 home runs in Casper, and he's perfect in stolen bases, 9 for 9. Tri-City. Chris Jensen threw the ball pretty well last night against Yakima.
The nice part about the minor leagues right now, early in the middle of the season, nobody appeared to be in a position to get to the playoffs. The Tri-Cities won the first half and was leading the second half. Casper was tied in the Pioneer League in the second half for first place up until yesterday, I believe. The Modesto Nuts tied with Stockton for first place in the second half and leading the wild card, so they're pretty much a deadlock to get in into the playoffs. And then Tulsa's 5 back with 19 to go.
Yeah, it's never good, George and Jeff, when as a starting pitcher you don't get to hit.
No, the other guy's really good, and you didn't do a very good job tonight, so you got an early exit, and Johnny Herrera is going to hit for Mr. Hamill here. Hamill goes 3 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs, all of them earned. Two of the 3 walks he issued came around to score.
It's going to be a long 5 days for Jason Hamill. And, you know, he had to have confidence going to the mound tonight after the way he performed in St. Louis.
Well, you know, what I'll say to that, Drew, because he has 4 years in the big leagues, he throws 95 miles an hour with a hammer and a slider and a good curveball and a good changeup. He's won double digits the last two years in a row. You should have confidence every start this year, regardless of what you did. I mean, obviously that start previous is going to give you a feeling of good, you know, that I'm going to the bullpen. But they're counting on you to be the number 3 or 4 starter in a rotation. Then you've got to take the baseball and act as a number 3 or 4 guy in the rotation and believe in your stuff and be consistent on the mound and get beat. What guys, if you look around baseball, Jeff and Drew, who are the guys that are successful? Guys that throw strikes. Guys that pound the strike zone.
And he was a guy, you look back on his numbers the last couple of years, better than average strikeout total and a lower than average walk per 9 innings. Jeff, you and I talked about this in his last start.
Yeah.
But it's way up this year and the strikeouts are way down.
Yeah, only about 15 numbers different. The walks and the strikeouts going into the ball game, 60 walks, 76 strikeouts. So those numbers aren't trending the way you wanted to. You thought he would take that next step and be a guy that could go out there and win you 15 or 16 ball games because of what he's done the last couple of years. Those numbers obviously aren't there either. But just figuring out a way to win here at Coors Field. Just 3 wins this year.
Right, 3-8, working on being 3-9 here at Coors Field today. 43 strikes, 27 balls.
Jeff, just by comparison, state those numbers again. The walks, the strikeouts to walks.
Yeah, going into the game, 60 walks, 76 strikeouts, and 143 innings.
And it's now 77 and 63. Last year, 3-2 now on Johnny. Last year he struck out 141 and walked only 47. A 3-to-1 ratio. And he's about 1-to-1 basically right now. 2 years ago, when he went 10-8, he was 133 strikeouts, 42 walks. Again, a 3-to-1 ratio. In both years, he threw right around 177 innings. Down low, so Johnny Herrera walks. First time through the lineup, the Rockies do not have a hit. They have 2 base runners, a Helton walk, and now Johnny Herrera pinch hitting walks with 1 out. Dexter Fowler will come up. Well, I guess, fellas, if this game was so easy, everybody would play in the big leagues.
Absolutely.
That is true.
Absolutely it would be.
Dexter, a ground ball to James Loney at first. Rockies have to get themselves in chip-away mode. Down 6 Love. How about this about Kuroda? 4th year in the big leagues, the U.S. major leagues. Decade playing at the highest level in Japan. There's only 2 teams in the National League he's never beaten. He's never beaten the St. Louis Cardinals, and he's never beaten the Rockies in his own division. He's 0-5.
Yeah, he hadn't pitched well against. He's pitched well. He just hadn't had good results. 0-5 against Colorado, and then against St. Louis, where he's only faced 3 times.
And 9 starts against the Rockies. This being the 10th.
2-1.
Yeah, he made a great point about Jason Hamill when Aaron Miles was up a 3-2 changeup. You know, why? And again, that's believing in your stuff, and I'll just throw a fastball by it. If he hits it, he hits it, but he's not going to hit it out of the ballpark.
There's nobody on base. That's his best pitch. That's outside. Good eye by Dexter. 3-1. Jim Tracy has said this many times over the last couple of years. He's not the only manager to say this. Coach George, you know this. You pitched a long time in the big leagues. 95 is tough to hit, even if you know it's coming. 95 is tough to hit, and if you're locating it anywhere near where you want to, missing 3 to 4 inches at a time, you typically have pretty good success. And tonight, Kuroda hadn't necessarily had great fastball command, but he's worked ahead in the zone for the majority of this ball game. 31-19 now in the strike ratio. You talk about a 3-to-1 ratio, which is outstanding for a starting pitcher. That's what Kuroda has, coming in 121 punch outs, just 40 walks. Here's the 3-2. Johnny goes. This ball's well hit to right field. Going back to the track is Juan Rivera, playing a deep right field against Dexter Fowler. I mean, he was playing like Cargo was up there, Jeff.
Yeah, just looking at him out there now, especially with that high wall, we see so many guys will play more shallow here at Coors Field in right field because they figure if it's hit over my head, well, it's going to go off that wall or it's off over the top of it. But Rivera, you know, I remember him playing a lot of left field with the Angels and first base. Maybe in right field, he just feels like he can come get the ball a little bit better by coming in to get it.
2 outs, Chris Nelson at the plate. Chris struck out swinging his first time. This ball hooked down the line, knocked down by Miles. That's it. It's going to be a difficult play as far off the line as he was with Nelson's speed. A makeable play, but not an easy one.
Now, watching Don Mattingly when Nelson was up earlier, he talked about to his coaches. You could see him looking and saying, Miles, I want him over onto the line more with Chris Nelson up. Donnie, a former hitting coach and obviously a great hitter, was seeing something in the swing. If he's cheating on the fastball early, he's going to pull it. It holds true here for Mattingly and his coaching staff, a base hit.
The Rockies' first hit is an infield hit.
You talk about chipping away. One swing can take a big chip out of this right now.
Cargo's been decent this year against the Dodgers, hitting .472. And you just saw those numbers with runners in scoring position in 2 outs. Ball cuts inside, ball 1. Gonzalez chased a high fastball and struck out in the first inning. Cargo #1 in these situations in the National League. These are clutch situations. He's just ahead of Joey Votto. Good eye. 2-0. Well, you can steal some momentum back, George, as you said. Even if you don't hit it out of the ballpark here, you get a base hit, you get Tulowitzki to the plate, get something. Herrera at second, Nelson at first with 2 outs.
Just don't come up empty-handed. They give you a first bite here of a situation. And again, this is something Mattingly wants to stay away from as a visiting manager, to have Gonzalez hit the plate with men on base. You got a chance.
It's ripped through the hole, a base hit. The Rockies will get a run. Herrera scores. Nelson stops at second. It is 6-1, and that .447 average with 2 outs and runners in scoring position will rise a little bit more. Tulowitzki coming up.
2-0 count, ball out over the plate. Not a comfortable situation for Kuroda to be in with Gonzalez at the plate. The load to the backside, and it just shot that sinker through the right side and an RBI.
72 RBIs now for Carlos Gonzalez. Now his buddies at the plate, Troy Tulowitzki, all he's done is hit over 400 since the All-Star break. High, ball 1. Look at this now in his career. Tulowitzki, a .264 first half hitter, a .323 second half hitter. It's a difference of 59 points. That's the highest second half difference in baseball among guys who've been in the league for a little while. So swing and a miss, it's 1-1. That's not a bad rep to have, Huey, is it?
It's one of the best, reps to have, that knowing that you're a money guy, that you play well in the second half, that your numbers always increase. Look what he did in September, put the team in his back last year for a good portion of that time, and this year after the All-Star break again over 400. You take away a few of his Aprils, and this year is May, and those numbers would be even better overall.
Ground ball to third, and Miles will make the throw. He thought he could get to the bag. Nelson was going to beat him there, and Miles fired it to first in time. The Rockies do get a run on the base hit by Gonzalez, 6-1. Alana Rizzo has tonight's Fast Cash Sideline Report. It's brought to you by Fast Cash Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. Alana.
All right, guys, time for our second question of the evening. This comes from Julie in Denver. Julie wants to know, why is it that a starting pitcher has to pitch a certain amount of innings to be able to get a win, yet a reliever can get the win pitching an inning or less? Why is it that rule, guys?
They're picking on the pitchers, Huey. Holy cow. Come on,
you know what?
Alana.
Don't worry, there's a position player questions coming
Go
up.
ahead, George, and you got this one.
A starting pitcher's got to go 5 innings to qualify for a win. That's just the rules of baseball. He's got to be able to complete 5 with the lead and continue to have his team win the ballgame. With a relief pitcher, they can come in down 1 run and pitch 1 inning and score and get a base hit and win the game. And they end up picking up the win in the game. So that's why you have a minimum 5 innings for a starting pitcher.
Well, I think because the thought is that if you're a starter,
you got to go earn it.
You got to go earn it. As a starting pitcher, one would assume that you're going to go a decent
and one of the
amount into the ball game.
One of the best vultures the Rockies have ever had was Gabe White. Remember when what did he go 11-0 that year?
11-2.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Well, that was Phil Regan's nickname, the Vulture.
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to bring that up.
Well, he was a manager of mine, so that's how I knew it. Yeah.
All right. Rockies had a pitcher that had the distinction of doing that early on. Remember when Freeman was here back in?
Oh yeah, in the late 90s.
Yeah, it may have been even earlier than that.
Every time. Well, you know what? Managers have those good luck charms out of the bullpen that they're down 1 or 2 runs and they go, you know what? Seems like we always score when I put this guy in.
Escalona to Kuroda, and it's fouled off. Well, Edgemer on Tuesday was in this same situation when Chacín went only 4 innings, and Escalona came on and pitched 3 very good innings, gave up just 1 run on 1 hit. And now he's going to be asked to get some length in the middle innings, give the Rockies a chance to get back in it. He strikes out Kuroda.
And what I think the next step for him is to take that move when the team's tied or ahead. You know, it's a move to where he's pitched well when the team has been down. He's been the perfect long man that the Rockies could ask for. But that next step in his development for me is see what happens in the 7th inning with a tie ball game. Come in and see how he handles those situations. Big, strong right-hander, run the ball 90 to 94, 95 miles an hour. Very deceptive delivery.
Ooh, this ball's whacked to right field and deep and gone. Tony Gwynn with just his 2nd home run of the year. (7-1).
So I want to see. You see the back. That's earlier. He missed with a fastball in on and make the count 1-0, and then he misses again with a location.
Those first couple times up, he got out in front, rolled over, got that top hand over the top of the bat just a little bit. That time kept his hands through the baseball.
That's just his 7th career home run. To the count on Justin Sellers. And with 2 outs, Aaron Miles will come up. Toyota Talk coming up in the 6th inning. Here's your subject for the evening. And again, we may ask this a little bit later on in the year, but if you had to pick an MVP here at the 3rd week of August, a little more than a month left in the season, who would your MVP be and why? MVP and why? Text Toyota, followed by a space, and then your thoughts on that subject is 720-720. One strike count on Miles, an RBI single, and a walk and a run scored. So far, LA's perfect. They have scored in every inning. A run in the first, a run in the second, 4 in the third, and now a run in the fourth. Talked to Tony around the batting cage today. And I know you checked with him, Jeff, also. Dad's doing much better. Dad was just on that long trip with the Padres, so you know he's doing well, and he's getting ready to do a little recruiting also. He's wearing a lot of hats. He's wearing a lot of hats, isn't he?
Fall baseball just around the corner for San Diego State.
Well, finding out who's eligible, who's signed, and who do I have to recruit to come in, and I got to get them checked in and make sure that they're all enrolled in the right classes and doing what they're supposed to do. You know, I thought it was interesting this year. The Dodgers actually had Tony come up and work with him at the batting cages in that first trip through because he was struggling a little bit. Dave Hansen and at the time Jeff Pentland, who has been relieved of his duties now, that you know, allowed Tony to come in, get inside the cage, go to work, and try to accomplish some things, and they did just that.
I asked him something, and I apologized to him first. I said, Tony, you get this a lot, had gotten it a lot through the years, but when did you get rid of the burden of who your dad was, being little Tony? And he said, you know what, the way I've always embraced it, because he's very, very proud, as well he should be, of his dad, not only as a player, but who he is as a man. He's handled himself very well. 7-1 LA. Helton Smith and Alfonso to face Hiroki Kuroda. AT&T trivia question: who's the only Dodger in the 30-30 club? It's a long and storied history with the franchise named the Dodgers, and there's only been one guy who's been a 30-30 guy. Helton walked his first time, fouls off the breaking ball. Speaking of making yourself a member of an unusual category, one that's difficult to enter, and that's Curtis Granderson this year. 30+ home runs, 20+ stolen bases, 10+ triples. What a year he's having in the American League. Helton pulls that foul.
Good for him, because he is a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy. Two and two. It's in 3-2 on Todd. And it's rifled down the line into the corner. Double Tom again for help. That was a little closer. Cow. Yeah. You know why? Juan Rivera went to the corner, and that thing shot right to him, Jeff. He turned and fired. And I know Todd didn't think it was going to be close.
Well, yeah, and also you have to give a little credit to Justin Sellers for selling it. There's not going to be a play. Fastball up. Todd tomahawked that one down into the corner. Wow.
Safe at second. He's been there before. Safe and secure. New York Life. Yeah, you're right, Jeff. We didn't get to see the sell part by the shortstop, Sellers. And this is pulled. Smith will move Helton to third with one out. And that'll bring up Eliezer Alfonso. So Alfonso a chance to drive in the Rockies' second run. Grounded into a force out to end the second inning.
I want to see how Kuroda handles this, because just giving up a run in the last inning, even though it's 7-1 ball game, his first offering, one of the hardest fastballs all night, 93 on the knees and down. Backed it up with another one.
Eliezer does a little Joe Morgan mini impression with his back right elbow.
He's got a little bird flap working.
Yeah, watch this. He'll flap it a couple times before he gets it locked into position. Well, that's 4, 5.
And then he got tied up inside, 1 and 2. This is where, as a hitter, you got to shorten up. Anything you can do, Jeff, just get it in play. You get a ribby.
Well, we saw Chris Nelson a couple days ago do that in the ball game against the Marlins, against Ricky Nolasco. Bases loaded, he's just able to just hit it off the end, get it by the pitcher, and led to 5 runs.
Not going to happen here. A strikeout victim. And now there are 2 outs. Mark Ellis coming up. Big lead. Kuroda pitch to the 8-hole hitter, you would assume. 4 strikeouts now for Kuroda. Comebacker, and Helton's double leading off the inning is wasted. He's stranded at third base. We've played 4 innings at Coors Field. The Dodgers have a 7-1 lead. Kemp to begin things for LA. Let's check our AT&T trivia question one more time. Who's the only Dodger in the 30-30 club? In other words, 30 home runs plus, 30 stolen bases plus. Raul Mondesi did it in 97 and 99. A lot of people remember his power and forget that he could run. And there's some guys that could enter that club this year. Matt Kemp, most notably, 28 home runs. He already has the stolen bases. He's got 33. Jacoby Ellsbury, speaking of a guy in the American League that's going to get some MVP votes, 22 bombs, 33 bags. There's a strike on Kemp. Ryan Braun, 23 home runs, 23 bags for Milwaukee. And we mentioned last inning, Huey, Curtis Granderson, 34 home runs, amazing, and 22 stolen bases. He's going to get MVP consideration also.
Jacoby Ellsbury, that's the home runs for him, because when he first came up, he was just a punch and Judy, kind of hit it the other way and try to beat it out.
Wasn't it here last year, Boston? He had 3 in this ballpark in the one ball game at Coors Field.
That was
Pedroia.
Pedroia, yeah. Another guy you don't,
great article in Sports Illustrated a week and a half ago on Dustin Pedroia. And if you're a dad out there or a mom and you have a son or a daughter that plays the game, they're worried about not being the biggest, tallest, fastest, strongest, read that article on Dustin Pedroia. Swung on and missed, and Escalona strikes out Matt Kemp to begin the 5th inning.
I think that's the beauty of baseball, Drew.
Couldn't agree with you more. Here's the slider that gets Kemp. Pedroia has already been a Rookie of the Year. He's been an MVP. And with all the big names on that Boston team, Big Papi, obviously, Youkilis, who's injured right now. This ball's well hit right center field. McCargo will slide over and make the catch in front of the track. That guy, Dustin Pedroia, who is generously listed at 5'8". He may be the leader of the whole gang.
And part of that categorizing that you dislike in basketball, you're too short to play point. You're not quick enough to play the point. You can't play 2. Football, where am I going to put you? You're 5'8". So baseball is the one sport, and golf, obviously, and tennis. But baseball is the one team sport you can go out and still participate and get what you need to have accomplished.
I'll tell you, a guy we got on this Pedroia topic, a guy who's a huge admirer of Dustin Pedroia, and that's the Rocky shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki. He loves him.
Well, that's because you can't measure heart.
And that's what, even though Tulowitzki obviously is a guy that strikes you right away when he comes out in a baseball uniform. He's 6'3" and about 218 pounds, 220 pounds, looks great in the uniform, and he's what you want athletically. But he plays with that fire, and Pedroia plays with that fire. 2 different size packages, but both 2 of the top players obviously in the game.
How many times have the 2 guys in this game today, Jamie Carroll and Aaron Miles, been told no?
Oh, sure.
Miles spent a numerous amount of years in the minor leagues with the Houston Astros before he finally got the opportunity to be here. He's taken advantage of it and had a very nice baseball career.
Both of them closing in on 10 years of Major League service time.
Pulled to first. Helton will go to the bag himself. Loney retired. A 1-2-3 inning for Escalona. Rockies have to get the bats going. They're behind 7-1, middle of 5. Find E470 on Facebook and Twitter for details on how to win free tolls. A reminder, tomorrow, if you're coming out to the ballpark, it's an afternoon game. Now, it falls in the national television window, so we can't televise it. No TV tomorrow. It's a 2 o'clock start time here at Coors Field. Sunday, we're back on the air pregame show here on Root Sports at 12:30. And then Monday and Tuesday, we're on the air with the pregame show with the Astros in town at 6. No television Wednesday afternoon. And then Rockies have another day off, and we'll pick up again in Tinseltown. Escalona at the plate, leading things off in the 5th inning.
And Jimmy trying to protect his bullpen in a 6-run ball game, and why not?
Yeah, I think time to time you get that question. So, you know, why would the manager not pinch hit here in the 5th inning? Because you need offense clearly, but you also can't wreck your bullpen for 1 out, knowing that there are a lot more games to be played, and ultimately that 1 out's not going to determine the outcome. If the Rockies are going to come from behind down by 6, they're going to have to do a lot of swinging to the bat.
Well, and you got 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Maybe it's a different story. Now you maybe go to your bench and try to gain back 2 runs here, but right now for Jim Tracy, no, you just let the game continue to play itself out and protect as much of the bullpen as you can.
Dexter Fowler is 0 for 2. Jeff, that ball he hit in the 3rd inning, I thought for sure that's off the wall, a double, or maybe even more with Dexter's speed. Look at him. But Rivera was playing about 15 feet from the track, and I'm looking at his positioning right now, and he's playing a very deep right field.
Well, I think those guys that play deep like that, they have a better feel to come in on the baseball versus going back on the baseball.
Well, I saw Dexter come off the field after this last half inning, kind of looked at Glenn Allen Hill and just gave him a wry smile like, hey, there's nothing else I can do about that. I hit it as hard as I could.
One ball, 1 strike.
And that old line about them all even and out, they don't.
That's the hitter's perspective. Yeah. George, you have a perspective on that? 1 and 2.
Well, when I left his bat a minute ago, I thought he had his first home run, to be honest. I didn't think double off the wall. I thought he'd hit it out of the ballpark based on sound, fly to the ball, and everything else. I thought, all right, Dexter's got his first of the year.
I think in what's been a rough year, and not the second half that the Rockies wanted, one of the bright spots has been the play of the Rockies center fielder Fowler. A lot more consistent with the bat.
Well, even left-handed too. He has his average up from the left side, going to 263 going into the ball game tonight.
You go back to July 19th, right after the All-Star break, he's hitting .339.
A lot of RBIs.
Yeah, he's got big hits. He scored 22 runs, 7 doubles, 7 triples. Jeff mentioned he's driven in 14 from the top of the order, and he keeps throwing out the walks, 15. I like what he's doing here, Huey, because too often I think hitters fall in the trap of letting the pitcher dictate the pace.
Yeah, if you feel like he's working too fast, step out, gather your thoughts, and then when you're ready to step back in, then you can do that. Don't let him quick pitch you.
Kuroda's sneaky, man. He just kind of lulls you to sleep a little bit with that slow delivery, and all of a sudden he'll flash 94 on you.
Arm speed. And he gets everything in a position, and then the arm, when he gets it coming forward on the back end of that arc, it's coming. There's not anything smooth and relaxed and feel free about throwing a baseball. I mean, he's airing it out.
A hard sinker in 3 and 2. This is popped up, and if the wind doesn't get it, it's playable. And Miles makes the catch. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Chris Nelson. Get your CSU football season tickets and reserve your seat for big home games. Coming to Fort Collins this year, the Air Force Academy, the Cowboys of Wyoming, and the Boise State Broncos. Sideline season tickets include the Cinch Jeans Rocky Mountain Showdown against CU. Call 1-800-491-RAMS or visit CSURAMS.com. 1-0 on Nelson. Miles will charge, get rid of it quickly. Another 1-2-3 inning for Kuroda. 7-1 Los Angeles. Energy efficiency and how to save energy and money in your home by visiting ResponsibleByNature.com. Escalona, a strikeout, a fly ball, and then it get James Loney to hit the ball to Todd Helton. And if you hit the ball to Todd Helton, generally you go back and hang with your buddies in the dugout.
Yep, gonna drag a bat somewhere.
Oh, look at that. The Xcel Energy building downtown. Dodgers leading 7-1. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Houston, and Alana Rizzo. Rod Barajas representing the bottom third of the order for the Dodgers. Barajas has been a pain in the neck tonight. RBI single in the second, 3-run home run in the third. He's driven in 4. The third of his RBIs this year have come against the Rockies. Twitter talk inning. All right, let's see how everybody's voting, fellas. Votto came out number 1. You know, we forgot Berkman. Berkman should be in the conversation. Tulo and Upton are co-MVPs. Kurt Nomau. Tulo keeps ascending the way he is. He's going to factor again. This is a tough play. Look at that. Jeff, you were middle infielder. Well, that's not that easy, is it?
Well, not as easy as Mark Ellis made it look, that's for sure. 0 errors since he's come over from the Oakland A's. And he comes in and then just ends up short hopping it. Because if he sits back and waits on this ball, as much backspin as it had, no telling where it's going to go after that. He comes in, picks it like a short hop, easy throw to get Barajas.
You know, to me, it just looked like a guy that's really, really confident in his ability to play the middle infield and been out there an awful long time.
Joel voted.
You're right. He made that look really easy.
Yeah. Joe voted for Craig Kimbrell. Now, I like Kimbrell a lot, but Kimbrell's coughed up 5 saves. I don't know if he's the MVP of the league, the Atlanta closer. David Casper likes Matt Kemp. Justin Upton's getting quite a few votes. The Becca's got that hometown bias. You know, Todd will always be #1 in these parts. Prince Fielder getting a lot of votes, and rightfully so. That's the second time we've seen the name Albert Pujols up there, and he's been coming on since the All-Star break. And you know, at the end of the dance,
he'll have his numbers.
He'll have his numbers.
At the end of that dance, I want to be his agent.
Well,
either he or Fielder, either one. Both are free agents.
Both are free agents. Both play a position that at least several of the big money teams don't need a first baseman.
Adrian Gonzalez in Boston and Teixeira in New York. Where do you go?
Well, I'll tell you what would be interesting. Your old club, Huey, made a move today. Jim Hendry, who's a wonderful man. He's been with that organization for 17 years, longtime GM. He was let go today.
Yeah, they're talking. They put about $20 million into the draft, so they're already talking. Let's try to pare back if we can, and try to go to the rebuilding younger guy route. But that would make a splash if they went out and signed Pujols and brought him to Chicago.
Kuroda, strikeout victim. Thanks for weighing in tonight on our Toyota Talk. Escalona has retired 8 in a row, but the Rockies trailing 7-1.
For our third question on a windy night up here in the third level. Huey, this one is for you, especially because you are in the perfect place to answer this question. Very appropriate for where you're sitting by the dugout. Christian from Puerto Rico, or Puerto Rico as you guys would say it, wants to know.
No, hold on. I say Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Nice job, Drew.
He wants to know why Todd Helton at the end of, or really the first baseman at the end of every. Are you guys listening to me?
Yes, I've got you.
Okay. Why the first baseman at the end of every inning gets a baseball thrown to him from the dugout? Huey, you're right there. You see it at the end of every inning. Why is that?
Hey, Jeff, wait a minute. Has this been this far out of control since I've been gone for a week?
Well, no, because Alana was sick for a day. So
okay, I got you.
It was fine.
I knew something was going on.
We're mixing it up out here, Frage.
All right. Hey, that's good.
Well, they have it so next half inning when they go out there, they have a ball to throw in between innings. So you don't want to run out there and they go, oh, I forgot to bring a baseball with me. So that's why the first baseman always gets a ball. He'll have it in his glove, set it down. So when he goes out the next half inning to throw to the guys that are out there right now, he's got a baseball to do it with. Pretty simple.
Absolutely. So he can throw ground balls and not have to look back, as you said. Dioner Navarro is in the ball game behind the plate for Rod Barajas. Barajas got hurt, or trying to give him a break. It's kind of a little strange.
Didn't look like anything happened to him. this half inning.
Let's watch Navarro running up the line, see if he pulls up. You know what? He did a little bit, didn't he?
Because he didn't have the wheels, they didn't really notice the difference.
Here's Carlos Gonzalez. He's driven in the Rockies' only run with a bullet single to right. Fargo 1 for 2. Average at 288. Got 5 home runs now since coming off the disabled list. Jim Tracy made a great point in our chat earlier and talking about how many guys could reach down off their front side, Jeff, and take a breaking ball ankle high, a foot off the plate, and hit it 420 feet off the back wall of the bullpen. And he said not many, obviously. He also tells you that wrist is a lot healthier.
Yeah, because when he hit that ball the other day, out on his front foot, but those hands were back, and he just golfed that thing. That was against the Marlins the other night. Yeah, when your wrist and your body's feeling good, you don't think about it. Just instinct takes over, and Carlos's instincts are a lot better than everybody else's, it seems like.
Yeah, it does. Here's the 2-2. The Rockies could get some traffic against Kuroda. 3 hits in the game. 3-2.
Well, how about this number? Nolan Arenado 1 for 1 right now with 2 RBIs in the game. Modesto leads Visalia 2-0 in the first inning. 107 RBIs now for Nolan Arenado.
That is some kind of number. I don't care what league you play in. You drive in 107.
They still got 17 games to go there, and of course it appears that they will get into the playoffs in the first round. The best 2 out of 3 and play Stockton in the first round, and they'll go to San Jose. See if they can win there, hopefully after winning the first round.
It's Jerry Weinstein's bunch up there in Modesto. Here's Tulo lining the ball to deep left field, and it's off the 347 side. Cargo to third, Tulowitzki to second. They're the base runners we were talking about. Second and third, nobody out. 33rd double of the year for Tulowitzki.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty confident right now, too, to at least get 1 out of the deal with Helton up at the plate. Slider just spun into the whole plate area, and Tulowitzki stayed on it. Pitched down, line drive. And it is smoked off the wall, 347 feet.
Troy second in the National League in doubles to Justin Upton, who has 34. Here's Helton. Todd, a walk and a double to the right field corner. Kuroda trying to work him away on the first pitch with a breaking ball. It's 1-0. Todd has now hit 7 straight with that double. And this is smoked to second. That's a good pickup by Carroll. Helton will get an RBI. He's got 63. It's a 7-2 ball game with Smith coming up.
Jamie wasn't sure he had that ball.
I can tell you one thing. He wanted one thing for sure. He didn't want to get in front of it. I mean, that thing was a rocket right at him. One hopper, and then it looked like it hopped a little higher than maybe he anticipated, caught it in the webbing of the glove. Then again, that could have been Jamie Carroll just messing with Todd Helton, too. He's pretty good at doing that. Loves playing the game.
Smith pop out and a ground ball to the right side. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets. Do it today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Were you rummaging around, George, the pantry at your house? Because you've now thrown M&Ms at me.
Yeah,
Peanut butter crackers. What else do you have there in the bag?
What do you want?
Actually, I'm not that hungry, which is unusual for me, isn't it?
Yeah, I normally eat a lot.
Did Mr. Scully make a play next door?
That was in Jack and Jerry's booth.
Well, then we know there wasn't a play made.
No, there wasn't. It just kind of dropped down. I think Jerry ended up getting it.
No, they got a party going on in there. Buddies Jack Corrigan, Jerry Schimmel on the radio side. Here's the 0-2. And this is line to center field. Kemp makes the catch, and Tulowitzki can't move up. Kemp had all the momentum going toward the plate.
And the fourth inning, Kuroda was in trouble with a leadoff double. He took care of everything on his own. Here with a man at second and third, he gets a hard ground ball, now relying on his defense to come up with plays. Kemp does it again here to catch the baseball and hold Tulowitzki at third. All fastballs to Alfonso in his previous at bat, 2 down and in, and then 1 elevated, and he didn't catch up to it.
I think 2 of the pitches he swung at Jeff Warren in the strike zone.
No, they were up.
This ball is lined to center. It's right at Kemp. Well, the Rockies had second and third and nobody out, but they got just 1. 7-2. Inside Sofa Mart, America's fastest growing HD TV retailer since 1964. By King Soopers, more value for the way you live. And by Bank of the West, for a personal approach to banking, go West, Bank of the West. Dodgers 7, Rockies 2, top of the 7th inning. Jason Hammel started for the Rockies and had a rough ride through 3 innings. He gave up 6 runs on 6 hits, walked 3, struck out 1. Escalona has come on and done another very nice job. This is his 4th inning of work. He's allowed 1 run on 1 hit. It was the home run of the second batter he faced, Tony Gwynn. And since giving up that home run, George, he's retired 8 in a row.
Yeah, what a great job he's done for this Rockies staff tonight, being able to go out and shut down this game the way he has and allow to save this bullpen.
It's not unusual for him. He's done that quite a bit since being called up from AAA.
Well, Huey, the ball game we were working the other night when he came in for Chacín and worked the 5th, 6th, and 7th, same deal. He gave up 1 run on 1 hit. It was a home run to Mike Stanton. And that one, that's a guy that you're going to give up home runs to, quite simply. One of the rising stars in baseball. There's the 1-2 on Gwynn. He's gone. And Alfonso will clear himself, get a throwing lane. That is strikeout number 5 also for Escalona during that period. Time for tonight's CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Kuroda has touched 94, and Escalona has also touched 94. Justin Sellers coming up. Sellers wasn't even on the 40-man roster this spring. He was a non-roster invitee to spring training.
Well, he's a part of the fraternity now, playing in his 7th ball game. Made his first big league double tonight.
Got a nice scouting report on him from Davey Lopes, the Dodger first base coach. He said, you know, he'll surprise you. He can turn on a pitch and drive it on the inner half. He said he's got a lot of David Eckstein in him, and that, you know, there's no tools that jump out, but he just wants it very, very badly.
Probably had to outwork everybody to get here.
Yep. He had a real special moment at Dodger Stadium earlier this week when his parents were there, a lot of members of his family. He's a kid that grew up a Dodger fan in Southern California. Bellflower. One-two count continuing on Sellers. Escalona doing a nice job, and Alana Rizzo's going to embellish that conversation a little bit.
Yeah, no question about it, Drew. We talked about it a bit in the pregame, but since he's been recalled on July 31st of the season, in the 5 games before tonight's game, 13 innings pitched, an ERA of 2.08, same opponent batting average of 208. And in that time since he's been back, he has pitched more innings than any other reliever. And his opponent batting average of 208 that I mentioned ranks 14th among relievers with 9 or more innings pitched in that time. Originally, he may have been looked at to be a later inning guy, maybe get you 1 inning down, maybe 4 outs, but he has really done a nice job eating up a bulk of innings that they necessarily didn't think he would have to do, but they haven't had the starts that they've needed. He's done a nice job coming in from the pen.
Well, earning his confidence at the big league level, too, in non-pressure situations. And as I said earlier in the telecast, his next step in involvement of becoming a good late inning guy or 7th inning guy is to go ahead and start working in games that, quite honestly, are tied, maybe down 1 or up 1, and see what you do for that 1 inning of work. Tonight, he has shown tremendous rhythm in his delivery, aggressiveness inside the strike zone. He's done it with basically 2 pitches. He's shown a few changeups, but a consistent slider and fastball.
This is popped up. No play over the Rockies dugout.
The Coors Field is available year-round if you'd like to have a special event out here. Most of the areas of the ballpark, it can be reserved, so book your event today. Dial 303 Rockies for more information.
Well, it's a push at the top of the division because Arizona lost 4-2. The Giants lost 6-0 in Houston. beat the Diamondbacks tonight.
Who started for Houston?
Is that Wandy Rodriguez's number?
What number is it? 51. Wandy's 51.
So I believe that's
Wandy Rodriguez. Yeah.
It's a ground ball toward the middle of the diamond. Tulowitzki will not be able to get Sellers. That's a heck of a play, though, by Troy, even to make it interesting. So the second hit of the night for Sellers.
Particularly with that little rain that came through, and still a miss down there. I think Jeff's left the day. Are you still down there, Jeff, in the rain? All right, throw your umbrella up. But you got a little bit of slickness to the grass now, so you think it might help that ball get through. Tulowitzki cut it off, and a snap throw over, still a close play.
One out, man at first. Aaron Miles, RBI single, a walk, and a ground ball to third. You know, you always appreciate the little things, Jeff. I know you do. I know George does. Chris Nelson always has a bounce in his step. Todd Helton gets a pick throw. And watch Chris Nelson. He's going to run in just in case. I mean, I've never seen it happen. I've never seen Helton miss the pitcher from 45 feet away. But in case he does, Nelson's there backing up.
It's just like backing up the throw from the catcher to the pitcher. You know, just take 2 or 3 steps over there in case it gets by. You never know. That one time it does, it might lead to a run.
And those are things, Jeff, when you were roving, when you filed reports on guys. I mean, that's something that I don't know if you write it down specifically, but it tells you about the guy, doesn't it?
Baseball acronym, whatever you want to call it, that he has it, that he understands the game. He wants to be in the right spot every time. Those are in the comments section after you write up the report of the kid. And sometimes, when I was roving, I try to tell third baseman or shortstop, second baseman, hey, this is what you need to do after each pitch. And they go, yeah, okay, I got it. And then I'd watch them during the game. They didn't get it.
And they played an A ball for a long time.
That's right. They never advanced.
It's 3-0 on Miles. And Escalona caught that ball, whipped his glove down, and took a little Al Hrabowski walk, and now turned around, put himself back on the rubber.
That's because Alfonso fired it back there at about 95 himself.
Catchers have a tendency to get your attention, and it's kind of old school catching there. Kind of make you get after it and work you through this inning.
J.C. Romero. His first Colorado Rockies action the other night. Pitched well. Runner going, and it's fouled off. Sellers will come back. Dodgers in the midst of a 10-game road trip. Didn't start too well. They went to Miller Park in Milwaukee, went 1-3 there.
The Brewers one of the best, though, at home, record-wise.
Yeah, they're tough to handle there. Getting better on the road. Runner going again, ball 4. Now there's 2 on with 1 out. You also wonder a little bit, pitch count at 55. Dax going out. George, that he may be fatiguing a little bit.
Well, you just don't want a great outing to get tainted. I mean, because you had to buy up maybe too much time in the bullpen, so that's why you got other guys down there to come in and work, the 8th inning and 9th inning. Let them go the last 2 1/3 innings, or 2 2/3. Right now, Apodaca's just trying to nurse Escalona through this whole thing, and hopefully he can finish it up.
Looking to save energy and money? Find out how the little changes add up at TogetherWeSave.com, your local Touchstone Energy Cooperative, delivering reliable power, energy-saving tools, and more.
Escalona threw 57 pitches on Tuesday. That's just 2 days ago. What a job he's done here tonight. Another great job there. Covering those 3 innings of work there, trying to work 4 innings in this ball game.
So Matt Kemp at the plate. And on a night that the Dodgers, who struggle to score, have put a 7 spot up, their offensive leader is 0 for 3 with a double play and 2 punch-outs. And the minute I say that, he rips a single to left, and here's Sellers coming home. Make it 8-2. And Kemp now has 90 RBIs, one better than he produced all of 2010.
Not that bad a pitch. I mean, it's a sinking fastball running down and in, rattled the knee area, and then Kemp just dropped the head of the bat on it, shot it into left field.
Now this figures to be the last hitter for Escalona. You have James Loney, a lefty, on deck. He's done a marvelous job for Jim Tracy tonight, even with that base hit there. He has saved the bullpen. There's 3 innings from Jason Hammel tonight. Kemp now even with Prince Fielder in the RBI race. Second in the National League, 5 behind Ryan Howard. Tulowitzki is next on that list with 85 RBIs.
See, the only thing I look at now, he is a little bit tired, and that sinker got hit to left field by Kemp. But don't get slider happy either, because when your arm gets tired, you let your elbow drop and it spins into the plate. You're not out on top and with a good extension to it. Stay fundamentally sound and locate your pitches, and you can probably get out of this.
That's 3-0 on Rivera. It just looks with the deep pitch counts to 2 of the last 3 hitters, it looks like he may have hit the end of the road. And you can't always, George, you always point this out, you can't always just look at velocity and say, well, he doesn't look tired, he's still throwing 93, 94.
It's all about location.
Yeah.
It's like where you buying your real estate at. You're going to where can he still hit the outside corner with his pitches the way he was previously in the game.
This is in the air, left center field. Dex gets there. And that is the second out. And now Loney coming up. And here comes Jim Tracy.
Going to make a double switch with the pitcher hitting a second here, coming up for the Rockies in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, you got 3 2/3 out of your long man. Eric Young's going to come in. Seth Smith will come out. Time now for the Coors Light Freeze Cam. Big chopper. Watch Mark Ellis. That wasn't a chopper, actually a blooper. And Mark Ellis gets it on the short hop despite all the English on the baseball. Throws to Todd Helton. Nice looking play by Mark. That's brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Pros Pro. Good player, Mark Ellis, out of Rapid City, South Dakota. Rockies trailing 8-2. J.C. Romero. Those are his overall numbers this season. Released by Philadelphia earlier in the year, and he'll face James Loney here, trying to get that third out in the 7th inning. And EY is in left field. Sweepers in there for a strike. Loney an RBI single back in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Kemp single. He's at first. Aaron Miles walked for the 2nd time tonight. He's ahead of him on the base paths. And that's gloved by Romero. Nice job by JC. He flips to Helton and puts down the inning. A run on a couple of hits and a walk. It's 8-2 LA. Back. Now it's been all Dodgers. 1st inning, Aaron Miles, been a Rockies killer this year. Single to the left side, and that scored Justin Sellers. Then in the 2nd inning, the Dodgers would get another run. It was Rod Barajas driving in. A run, 2-0. 3rd inning, got away from Jason Hamill. Loney had a single, and then Barajas went deep, 3-run shot. 4-run 3rd. Hamill was done after 3 when it was 6-0. And Escalona didn't make many mistakes. He had a good outing, but he made one there to Tony Gwynn Jr. 8-2 is the score. And the new pitcher is Matt Guerrero, the former Twin. He's on for the 57th time this year. He's been a very good setup man in his career.
Well, he's been outstanding in his career. Hard sinker, good slider, run the ball 90, 94 miles an hour.
Right now, Kuroda is in line to get his first career victory against the Rockies. Two National League teams he's never beaten, the Rockies and the Cardinals. Jamie Carroll showing range.
Well, have you ever thought about becoming a Colorado Rocky? Well, then sign up now for the 2012 Rockies Fantasy Camp in Phoenix at Salt River Fields. That's right. It's brand new complex of the Colorado Rockies in the Phoenix area at the Salt River Fields at Talking Stick. Call the Rockies at 303-312-CAMP or ColoradoRockies.com for more information and sign up today. I have been asked to go back, and as of right now, headed that way.
What would happen if you were my skipper?
Well, I'd make you like captain of the team.
You
captain
would?
of the locker room, captain of the laundry room.
That's more likely.
The food room.
It's the 1-0 on EY, 2-0. First at bat for Eric Young Jr.
I think you're the only camper that comes down, though, that actually takes 2 months of batting practice and ground balls before you get there.
Doing that all year round, right? With the boys. It's the 2-0, that's in there, 2-1. Huey's still trying to figure if he can work that into the schedule.
4 or 5 glorious days with you two guys.
No, we're going to have to give you another selling point. It's going to be the first one at Salt River Fields. And there's still some slots left, folks. So in all seriousness, make sure you get online quickly. Those slots will go quickly. Fantasy Camp 2012. EY reaches. Dexter Fowler coming up. You will have the time of your life. Dex 0 for 3. Dexter takes, or excuse me, EY takes off and swipes second base. He caught Deoner Navarro by surprise. Down by 6 runs, 13 stolen base.
Got a lot of people by surprise.
Better not be out.
Nope.
Dexter, a drive to left, sliding catch, Tony Gwynn. That's the second time tonight Dex has had a gwab, George.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, he's hit the ball hard both of those times you're talking about. Smoke right, smoke left, and then you just go back to the bat, and everybody, nice job, hit the ball hard. Yeah, but I'm 0 for 4.
Yeah. Good.
Your average didn't drop 4 points, mine did, okay?
All right. Goodwood AB.
Well, that's what a gwab is.
You didn't know that? Come on, Huey, how long you been in this game? You know, he
First
nicknamed
time
it
I've
that,
heard
Roy Thomas. We used to call him Cyclops because he kind of looked at you with one eye, and he was 6'8", right-hander. And he was my roommate, and he goes, there's another Quab. Goodwood AB, go sit down.
Who is that?
Roy Thomas, #1 draft pick of the Philadelphia Phillies. I think it's 74 or 5.
Yeah, I ran into Roy recently. He lives in Arvada. Roy, if you're watching tonight, that was Frazier.
Roy lives in Seattle, Washington, and actually runs a pitcher's camp up there.
You better hope he's not on vacation.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He was a roommate of mine for 2 years.
So that was a term of endearment, huh?
Well, no, I had Pete Vukovich for him.
Oh, wow. Well, now I've met Vuk.
Yeah, Kookie Vuk, and I had a lot of fun together.
Oh, boy. 2-1 on Chris Nelson. 2 outs. EY at second base. I cannot imagine that pair, as in Frazier and Vukovich, together.
We weren't always together, but we always had a crowd around us.
Yeah.
We always had fun.
I can imagine. Rockies have been limited to 4 hits in the game. How about this Friday night crowd? 44,984. Big crowd expected tomorrow. And Sunday, I believe, is a sellout. Every time we come to Coors Field, I still think back to '93 and before that, when people in Major League Baseball were concerned the Rockies wouldn't draw well. High fly ball to right. And the catch is made by Juan Rivera. EY left at second. 7 innings complete. 8-2 Los Angeles.
To 2 Dodgers over the Rockies as we make our way to the top of the 8th inning. Time for our final question of the evening. This comes from Terry Wolf in Casper, Wyoming, our friends to the north of us. And she wants to know if there has ever been a catcher that has won a Gold Glove, and guys, if every single position is eligible to get a Gold Glove. Huey, you were an infielder. Go for it.
Yeah, well, Pudge Rodriguez, I believe, has won 10 Gold Gloves for a catcher. In every position, except for the outfield, they kind of do it different. They don't do it strictly by position. It's just outfield Gold Gloves.
Yeah, and you get there's 3 in each league. But pitchers get Gold Gloves. I mean, Greg Maddux won a slew. Jim Cott won. What did he win? Like 16, something crazy like that. Yonder Navarro at the plate. He's behind 1 and 2. Most Gold Gloves behind the plate. Pudge with 13.
13,
Huey.
okay. Shorter than 3. Sorry, Pudge.
Bench won 10. The Rockies will have a couple more Gold Glovers this year. I mean, Helton's won 3 in the past. He leads the National League in fielding percentage. I'd love to see him get a 4th. Sometimes we know offensive numbers creep into that. Tulowitzki, that should be a done deal right now. He's leading the all of baseball, not just the league. And of course, Cargo. Find me a better outfielder. The most consistent area of the Rockies in this year of great inconsistency, unfortunately, has been the defense, Jeff.
Yeah, second in the National League right now in fielding percentage, only trailing the Philadelphia Phillies. They're right up the top 2 or 3 as far as double plays turned.
No swing by Navarro, according to Ted Barrett. Good call, 3 and 2. In fact, up the middle, talking about how well Mark Ellis has played. Mark Ellis hasn't made an error at second base since coming to the Rockies. He only made 2 with Oakland. So Doug did some research the last 48 hours. We were chatting about this. That's ball 4. The fewest errors up the middle this year in baseball between a second baseman and a shortstop. And this includes, for every club, everybody who's played there. So, you know, on the occasion that Tulowitzki didn't play and Herrera, say, played short, Chris Nelson's been at second. Obviously, early on, Jose Lopez got a couple of reps there, Eric Young, etc. Have made 11 middle infield errors this year.
Isn't that amazing?
The Phillies are next with 14. Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley was hurt early on, but you know that's pretty darn good, obviously. And then the White Sox with 17. The Mariners next at 19. 11 errors with all the chances you get in the middle of the infield. That is extraordinary.
Well, it doesn't hurt either when you got a guy like Todd Helton at first base picking a few things out of the dirt. That saves you an awful lot. We looked this up a year ago. Saves in the dirt by Helton. And there was like 65, which led the league by almost 30.
Well, they had there's a stat, and I think over the last 3 years, Todd has picked more balls out of the dirt than anybody in the game over an extended period of time. 0-2 on Jamie Carroll with Navarro at first. 8-2 LA. And this is a ground ball toward the hole. What a pickup by Nelson. Here we talk about defense. They didn't get a play like that. Helps to be able to move like a middle infielder to make that play at third, doesn't it, Jeff?
Yeah, we've seen Chris make a number of plays within the last week to 10 days. Going back to the St. Louis series, this one he goes far to his left, and then he did the right thing because he made sure that he had the grip on the baseball. It took an extra second to get rid of it to make the throw so Ellis could at least get the lead runner and still keep the double play in order.
Pinch hitter for Guerrero is Trent Olchen. Strike one on Olchen. And you may be saying, well, why is Don Mattingly putting up a left-handed bat against a left-handed pitcher? The only true righty he has on his bench is Casey Blake, and Blake's not available. He does have Eugenio Velez, who's a switch hitter.
Yeah, but you need to save him in case something happens in the infield.
And that's exactly why you're seeing Olchen here, who promptly gets a base hit. Two on for Tony Gwynn.
Part of that 44,000 still on hand watching the ball game as the rain has picked up at Coors Field.
I want to get back to that MVP race for a moment. It's our Toyota question tonight. And it's kind of a wide open race. There's a great new stat that is kept by baseball followers, avid baseball followers. It's a sabermetric, and it's called WAR, wins above replacement. In other words, if your starting third baseman got hurt, who's an everyday player, and you had to bring up a kid from AAA, how many, and there's a lot of stats that go into comprising your wins above replacement, but how many more wins are you worth as opposed to the kid coming up from AAA? And I'm not going to bore you with all the details on how they do this mathematical equation, but number one right now in the National League by position is Matt Kemp. Regardless of position, I should say, Matt Kemp is number one in wins above replacement. You know who number two is? Troy Tulowitzki. That's not saying they're going to finish 1-2 in the MVP race, but I'll tell you what, the folks that vote are very much aware of wins above replacement.
Well, they're going to look at every single stat. What can be a role, and what role did it have with this guy with his ball club?
Good slider, 2-2 on Gwynn. Interestingly, the third guy on the list right now, wins above replacement, is Andrew McCutchen with the Pirates. So that's the 1, 2, and 3 are guys playing for teams that are below 500. Unfortunately, in the Rockies' case, well below 500. Same with Pittsburgh now with their tailspin, and the Dodgers. You look at Matt Kemp. Three-two, good pitch, and Gwynn is gone. 2 outs.
Jim Tracy's going to pop out of the dugout. Not sure. I guess he's going to go down to the bullpen. And there will be another switch made here.
Ty Wigington's coming into the ball game.
We will sort it out for you when we come back. 8-2 Los Angeles. 2 outs in the top of the 8th. In the Rocky Mountain region, if you live, eat, breathe baseball, can't get enough of it, we want you to share your photos. This month, we're looking for the ultimate Rocky Mountain fans in the state of Wyoming. We'll feature them during our broadcast. To enter, visit our website at rockymountain.rootsports.com. That's rockymountain.rootsports.com. So the Rockies have pulled Chris Nelson in another double switch. Ty Wigginton will hit 4th next inning. And Josh Renicky is the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Rockies. 2 outs. Justin Sellers at the plate. The kid with a full week of big league time is 2 for 4. Former 6th round pick of the Oakland A's. He's not the biggest guy in the world, Jeff, but he's massive compared to Dee Gordon.
Yeah, but being drafted by Oakland must have fit that Moneyball profile. Got on base a lot, took a lot of walks.
He's hit some balls with authority to right field. This one to the warning track. Margot gets it. And that's all in the 8th inning for the Dodgers. 6 more outs offensively. The Rockies need a bunch of hits. world, your workplace. The Dodgers have scored in 5 of the 8 innings tonight. So the Rockies did not pitch well out of the gate, with Jason Hamill giving up 6 runs. Escalona actually did a very nice job in the middle innings, but the Rockies unable to figure out Hiroki Kuroda. Their lone run early in the game came on a base hit by Carlos Gonzalez, and then they got a run on an RBI groundout by Todd Helton in the 6th inning. They'll have Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Helton to face hard-throwing Scott Elbert.
A former #1 draft pick left the game for a little while a year ago, but came back and all of a sudden is throwing the ball very well. You can see more of a left-handed situational guy. 2 for 2 in save opportunities. You always concern yourself as a pitcher when you get this kind of a drizzle or rain here.
No, it's raining,
footing.
George.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah.
Where's your little thing at?
Well, I had to get this tarp so I could cover up.
No, the umbrella.
I know. It's not with me. I didn't do one of the 5
Well, you know,
Ps.
I'm not going to call the higher up, but you're excused.
Yeah. Well, see, I got this nice, pretty blue tarp to cover our equipment down here because it's brand new. I don't want it to get wet.
Yeah, but you're raining your suit.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that one.
That pretty suit that when he bought you, it's not going to look very pretty.
Yeah, I know. You know what? Next half inning,
see ya.
We'll get that spare headset going up there in the booth with you guys.
Well, you could do that or head to the house, one or the other.
1-2. And Elbert strikes out Gonzalez. Time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. The Rockies have hit a home run in 10 straight, but they don't have one tonight. Troy Tulowitzki came the closest, double off the padding in left field. 347 mark. Troy takes a strike, hitting .341 against lefties this year. If you're wondering at home, or if you're not, how often a hitter, a guy who plays every day, faces a lefty. And obviously Tulowitzki plays no matter what. It's about 3-1. Your at-bats versus righties versus lefties. Tulowitzki has, coming into tonight, 123 at-bats against lefties, 336 against righties. So again, approximately 3-1, slightly less than that. Oh, 2. And sometimes it depends on your division because of the schedule being weighted toward divisional play. If you have a lot of lefty starters in your division, you're going to see a lot more lefties and say maybe the division that is not comprised of as many left-handed starting pitchers. This ball roped to left again. Tulowitzki is going to wake up tomorrow morning if he gets to second, and he will, in a tie for the doubles lead in the National League. He now has 24 extra base hits in his last 35 games. That's remarkable.
That is remarkable, but here's a breaking ball that's going to cut to the inner half. Tulowitzki's going to clear that front leg and get out front and keep it in fair territory on a ball borne in on him, and it just shoots out into the outfield down the left field line. Todd Helton with an opportunity to get another RBI. He had one earlier in the game with 63. Talking about doubles. Tulowitzki now. That's not close.
Jeff, somebody hand you an umbrella?
Yes, my good partner and friend, Alana. Thank you so much.
I would have been here a long time ago.
Well, hello, weren't you watching the weather?
Yes, but I didn't realize you did not have an umbrella. I came prepared. What is your excuse?
I don't have one.
That's all right. We'll just huddle up down here and we'll be fine. Don't mind us, guys. You just be happy
you
up
just
there
do
in
the
your
game,
little
we're
warm booth. Nice and dry. I'm sure we don't look ridiculous.
Well, not very much, still.
He's trying to protect his $3,000 suit over here.
I'm understanding. Trust me, didn't that? But I'm trying trying to figure out where y'all buy those kid umbrellas that you're trying to put 2 adults under.
Actually, I got this at the Rockies golf tournament. Thank you very much. Have to represent.
It's raining right now.
Yeah, the audio is really good because we can hear the pitter patter on the umbrella.
Yeah.
2-1 on Helton.
So now are you guys going to sing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head to give us a little duet down there?
No.
Okay.
It's like all the hardy souls that have stuck it out.
Yes, they have, and also will the Wells Fargo's customers. They can enjoy Rockies baseball in style with a 2-for-1 club level seat. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC, official bank of the Colorado Rockies. All those people that said it wasn't raining that hard down in the lower area have decided it's raining that hard, and they've moved to the upper area. What umpires are trying to do right now is not tarp this field. They're hoping it moves on. So is the grounds crew. So what do you got for me, Jeff? Tarp it or play?
I'll play for a little bit, but it's going to get glassy here in a few minutes.
Helton keeps fouling off pitches, it will. That's his MO, and Todd grinding out another at bat. George, count up all the circles. How many is that now?
It's a lot. There's a whole bunch right, well, they were right there.
Three and 2. 1 out. Tulowitzki at second. Wigginton on deck. There's Mark Razum on the left. It's the Rockies' outstanding head groundskeeper. He's tied into everybody when it comes to the weather forecast. We'll be talking to Brian Runge in between innings. That's out in front of the plate. And Navarro will get Helton at first. Is that a rally cap or a form of an umbrella? Or both?
I think it's an umbrella.
Yeah, I know. You're talking to somebody on TV, so you're waving to say hi. We'll turn around so they can see your face. That's
Yes,
it. Now you're figuring it out.
Wigginton's looking around, thought maybe the tarp was being pulled. It was Mattingly coming out.
Donnie, what are you doing?
He's making a pitcher change, George. So Scott Elbert will depart. And Mattingly will bring in a right-hander. We'll come back to Rainy Coors Field in a moment. And we'll talk about his return this past week to Coors Field. Saw all his teammates, had a big broad smile on his face. It's great to see. Todd Helton and our own Jeff Houston celebrate birthdays this week. Find out what gifts the players said they would get the first baseman for his big day, which is tomorrow, by the way. And other stories on Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy this Sunday after the ball game. Helton will be 38 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Todd. So Mike McDougal is on the hill, and the Rockies this year have seen McDougal when he's not all that sharp. He's had some control issues when facing the Rockies. Hiroki Kuroda went 6 innings. He allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, walked 3, struck out 5. It's now 8 straight quality starts for the Dodgers. During that time, their ERA below 1, and the opposition batting average is below 190. 2-0. Wigginton with 2 outs at the plate. Tulowitzki at second after doubling for the 2nd time in the game and for his league leading 34th time this season. Dodgers up 8-2. Rockies have been out hit 10-5.
You know, I got a question I got to ask after this pitch. How could the tough guy baseball player not stick it out? But Alana, she's right down there with the umbrella on. She's working, got her bike ready. Oh, did we wake you up? Oops, can't talk. Get a battery change. How'd the suit hold up? Not good. You ain't made it upstairs.
You're a mess.
No, he's a smart man. You'd have stuck it out down there.
This ball is lined to right. Reaching up, making the grab is Juan Rivera. So the Rockies done in the 8th inning. 8-2 Los Angeles. $30.37. Think green, think Brickonier. And by Jack in the Box, try the new Jumbo Breakfast Platter for just $2.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. 9th inning, the Dodgers have led throughout. They're up 8-2 as we check in with Tom Helmer. Tom?
Drew, see how this one works out for you. The Rockies offense looked a little rusty tonight. They were corroded, if you will, against Hiroki Kuroda.
I like that.
Okay.
I'm not that what Drew, but it's George, but I like that.
I like that as well.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Add the spelling also. You can't see that right now.
No, I could cheat and look at my
there.
monitor. But 3 and out for Jason Hammel. Rough outing for him. In fact, George, we're going to talk to you after the ball game. Get your opinions how Jason Hammel looked through those 3 innings, and we'll get you down into the clubhouse. It's all coming up on a very wet Toyota postgame show, guys.
So a little football analogy, too, because 'tis the season, right?
Exactly. And, of course, you can see the CU-CSU game right here on Root Sports on September 17th. How about that for a plug?
And the pre- and post-game show.
Pre- and post-game show. Looks like we may have a 1-hour pre-game show for that one. You'll want to join us. I'll be out there at Sports Authority Field at Mile High.
Nice. You almost slipped, didn't you?
It doesn't really roll off the tongue. It's going to take some getting used to. So I got to see if I can get through a whole show out there without calling it the other name.
The other name.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you'll do fine.
All right.
All right, Tom, we'll talk to you in a little bit.
You got it.
1 strike count on Aaron Miles. Josh Renicky got the last out of the 8th inning. Where'd the wet dog go? Oh, there he is. He's still like at the dry cleaner now.
He's trying to dry off. Easy for you to get on the guy. You're sitting up here all nice, dry, and cozy with a fan blowing on you. My other fraternity brothers down there freezing in the rain.
It's a bouncer to help. 1 out. And that'll bring up Matt Kemp. Windshield damage, call Safelite Auto Glass 303-287-5000 or go to safelite.com. Talk about how well the Dodgers have pitched. Since July 1st, they're tied with the Giants for the lowest ERA in the league at 2.96. Right now that ERA stands to go down. Matt Kemp go ripping in the 7th inning. He's got a 9-game hitting streak going. If the Dodgers win, they'll be in a tie with the Rockies in the division. It's not where either team wants to be, though. Both behind and well behind. The Diamondbacks and Giants. Mentioned it earlier. The Diamondbacks lost 4-2 in Atlanta tonight. The Giants were losing 6-0 in Houston. Jim Tracy was managing the Dodgers when they had a Double-A team that featured Matt Kemp, James Loney, Russell Martin, and for a period of time Jonathan Broxton.
Pretty good, huh?
Very good. 2-2.
Follow the Rockies with MLB.com @BAT11 app featuring highlights and a whole lot more. Text @BAT to 31826. Yes,
Ooh,
he
he went around.
Absolutely.
2 outs. So Renicky strikes out Kemp. Matt's still looking down at Ted Barrett.
Ted Barrett's going through his hands. It's 8-2. Go to the dugout, dude. You went around. You're done. I've been standing in the rain. You're going in every half inning. You're out. They're still gesturing at each other. Ted Barrett's now he's going to throw him out of the ball game. Which, you know, Mattingly just shrugged his shoulders like, are you serious? Come on. He's over here in the dugout. You're egging it on, which I think he did egg it on a little bit. No reason to throw your hands up.
Well, Don Mattingly's got to do this, and it's got to be convincing from a player standpoint. You're defending your player, you're defending your superstar. And yeah, it's 8-2, and yeah, there's 3 outs to go defensively.
Well, did he go around? Questionable.
He didn't go.
Right, questionable. He's upset. All he did was stand at home plate, doesn't say a word, and then he goes in the dugout. He throws his arms up. Now Barrett's watching.
He shouldn't be. Am I right?
See what Mattingly's holding his hands up enough. See, now he throws him out of the game. Well, see, Donnie's got a little in with the guy that watches the umpires.
Yeah.
His name's Joe Torre. Worked for him for a long time. And I'll guarantee you, Joe will say this was a situation where the player should have stopped. Donnie put his hands up, and then you tossed his center fielder. And I think you egged it on with throwing the hands up. So if you're grumpy because you had to set in that situation, tough deal.
1-0 on Rivera.
So Feliz is going to have to go out and play in the outfield now. Because Olgen was used as a pinch hitter and didn't come back in the game. Yep.
Yeah, he didn't have anybody left.
No, Gwynn will go to center and then he'll put Feliz in left. That's what he had. I would think he would do. 95 with that fastball.
I've been impressed with what we've seen from Roenicke.
Well, older guy. I mean, that's the thing about it. He's getting an opportunity here. 5 ball games. This is his 6th game to appear in. 4 innings, just 3 hits given up. The one thing that had really been kind of a bugaboo for him was walks. He hadn't walked anybody.
Got pretty
4
good
strike.
Got pretty hard breaking ball, George, that gets swings and misses on. He's handled himself well. Good arm, clearly. 2-2 on Rivera. Carlos Gonzalez makes the catch. Tosses a souvenir to the crowd. 8-2 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Eugenio Velez is in left field. Tony Gwynn slides to center since Matt Kemp was ejected. And Blake Hawksworth, Cardinal, will be looking to get the final 3 outs. The Dodgers up 8-2. Eliezer Alfonso will bat first, followed by Mark Ellis and Eric Young. Rockies came into the ball game with a 30-32 home record. Not done anything offensively tonight after scoring a dozen runs on Wednesday. They fell behind by a considerable margin early, 6-0 after 3 innings. After actually 2.5 innings, Jason Hammel was gone after that 3rd inning. Rockies did get a run in the 3rd. Alfonso tonight, ground out, strikeout, line out.
Yeah, why are you just sitting there and not really putting on a headset or anything? They're just putting on a headset.
Look out. Rivera and Tony Gwynn discussing that play. One gone, Mark Ellis coming up. Who Wants Tacos fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7+ in a ball game for the Rockies Taco Special, text the keyword taco to 720-720. That's from Taco Bell. Ellis tonight 0 for 3.
Where did Lana go? Did she get out of the dugout? Did she get her microphone fixed? She's left the house.
Yeah. It's nice and dry up here, though.
It is. Isn't it comfortable?
It's very comfortable.
Well,
I wasn't bad until that last hard rain.
I've really felt awful for you. Okay.
did
I don't
not.
think you did. How about you up here chirping a
What
minute
kind of
ago?
not-
What was
what
that?
kind of not
Cheer-
feel?
what kind of cheer
I don't
you?
know, but it's really high. I'll bring it down to your level. Sorry.
Thank you. You got to keep going.
Well, I'd have to be on the floor.
Yeah. Let me see. You dried off?
Yeah, my back's okay. My jacket, it's going to have to go to the dry cleaners tomorrow.
That would be appropriate.
Yeah.
The Natalie attired Jeff
No,
Houston.
yeah, no
who,
pun
who
intended with that.
always is so well prepared, but tonight
Well,
did not listen to Doug Marino's weather report.
I said 11 o'clock.
2 outs.
Dougie, who captured your rain for you tonight? What'd I do? I smelled it, didn't I? That's country. I didn't look
They
at
said-
any
they said-
radars.
they
I
said
didn't look
it-
at any computers. I set up in the inning. I looked at Dougie. I pointed my nose, and I went like this. It's going to rain.
They said at 4
Boom,
o'clock
starts
we might
raining.
get some showers. Didn't happen, and then at 11.
How long you lived in Colorado?
I know. And the sad part about it, I saw Kathy Saban this morning at the gym, and I didn't.
Name dropper.
Yeah, I didn't get
Yeah, that was a little name
confirmation.
dropper. What big time Jim.
No,
Probably got
no,
gold
it's
doors
not.
and everything.
Platinum.
Boy, 1 strike on Eric Young, 2nd at bat for EY. He came in the double switch 2 innings ago. He walked his first time. Again, a reminder, no television tomorrow afternoon. The ball game falls into the national television window, so we're not able to bring it to you. Back with you on Sunday afternoon, beginning at 12:30. One and 2. Back-to-back weekends against the Dodgers. The Rockies playing them here. Next weekend they'll be in LA.
Sorry about Kenley Jansen being back. That's the
That's
start of that series on Friday.
Good story, because he was dealing with a heart arrhythmia. He's started his rehab.
The good thing with that, he's been able to keep throwing, they said. So once he goes off the blood thinners, I believe it was today, he had to sit out a couple days before they'd put him back out on the hill in case something were to happen.
You know who was out throwing earlier today on flat ground was Jonathan Broxton.
With all the other problems they've had an awful lot of injuries to deal with their organization, and that first-year manager Don Mattingly, bankruptcy, chicken fights in the courtrooms, lawsuits after lawsuits.
The Cardinals had an opportunity. Oh, no, they did. Cardinals lost another game tonight. Let me correct that. Cubs beat them 5-4. And Milwaukee in the 6th inning. The game delayed a long time by rain in New York, leading the Mets 6-0.
Even that, they'll be up 7.5.
This is in the air to Velez in left. And what pretty, but he made the catch. That's all. The Rockies fall to the Dodgers 8-2. And tomorrow morning, when the Dodgers and Rockies arise, they'll be in a dead heat in the National League West. The Rockies fall to 58-68. The Dodgers improve to 57-67. Once again, the final score 8-2. Hiroki Kuroda beats the Rockies for the first time in his career. Jason Hamill takes the loss. He's 7-12. Tonight's delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. Rod Barajas had an RBI single in his first at bat, and then in his next at bat he went deep. Back-to-back ball games with a home run for the veteran catcher. And the Dodgers were well on their way. Once again, the final score 8-2 LA. We invite you to stick around. Coming up next, the Toyota